Jojo. Sap.
Hey, I'm trying to join phone women.
And hello, we can hear you. You must mute as you do that.
Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, everyone. I just want to make an announcement. We're going to start soon. There are still people struggling to log on or to log in. May I ask those who are busy or attempting to log on, please name your device in order for us to identify yourself. We don't want people in this meeting that is not allowed to be in this meeting. I think we're going to start. I mean, this is a very common known practice when you are on a Zoom meeting to name your gadget, identify yourself, take off the necessary logos and stuff. But I think it's important for us to start, do some of the formalities. Honorable members, welcome. Welcome, Deputy Minister. Welcome, Dr. Kumalo, the DG of the Portfolio Committee Sports, Arts and Culture. We are going to deal with an agenda which consists of the welcoming introduction, apologies, adoption of the draft agenda. We will also receive a briefing from MGE, better known as Mzansi Golden Economy. Following that, we will receive a briefing from the MGE concerned creative practitioners. We will then have deliberation, and as a result of my observation yesterday, I will imply a different rule today for members to participate in this meeting. We will have a lunch break, further deliberations, and we will have closing remarks. I want to wish you all well for this particular meeting, which is very important. I would now invite members, any member who would like to propose that we accept the agenda as it is, and a seconder to proceed with this meeting.
Honorable Chair, I accept the agenda.
Thank you, Honorable Musa. Honorable Practitioner, second. Thank you so much. I would like to make members aware that we are on a hybrid session, and sometimes it can be difficult, it can be messy. I would also like members on the platform to use the facilities when it comes to the interpretation, as well as if you would like to speak, to raise your hands. But if you experience difficulties in raising your hand, I would accept that you just start speaking. I will recognize you then. Is there any apologies, Portfolio Secretary?
Good day, Chairperson, members, DM, and everyone in the meeting. Chair, we've got all the members that had previously apologized in the Zoom meeting. And we received an apology, Chair, from the Minister. He will not be joining the meeting as he's traveling. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to immediately start with the introduction. Honorable Molatani.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Nkosi, she attended another PC strategic session. She apologized.
Thank you so much. Is there any other apology, be as it may, from any member or the department?
Chair,
Or those?
myself, I'm on the visual. Aye.
Is that an apology, Honorable Kobani?
Not the apology, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Kobani. I'm going to Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to apologize for having to leave around lunchtime.
Noted, Honorable Daniels, and I think Honorable Khabo also indicated same. And hopefully you will join on the hybrid system as discussed. Honorable members, we are going to start with the introduction. Honorable Imran.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I did indicate on our esteemed PC chat that I will be taking leave at 11:30 as I have to go for prayers as normal. Will appreciate that I take leave at 11:30.
Noted, thank you. Honorable members, we are going to start with the introduction. I'm going to ask members from my left, the Honorable Practitioner, introduce yourself, and then we are going to the Deputy Minister and the department, and then also we are inviting members on the Zoom platform that is supposed to be in this meeting to introduce themselves. Honorable Practitioner.
Thanks, Chair. Although I think you've done my introduction for me. Deputy Minister, officials, Chairperson, thank you. I'm Leah Porchita from the Democratic Alliance.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the Deputy Minister, the DG, colleagues, MG. My name is Marlon Daniels. I'm a member of this portfolio committee, and I'm deployed here by the Patriotic Alliance. Thank you. I thought it's separate ones.
Good morning. My name is Gift Mutaung, and I'm sitting in this committee. Nice to meet you. I'm from the MK party.
Sanmanan, good morning. My name is Eugene Mteto, member of the Portfolio Committee on Sports, Arts and Culture, deployed by EFF. May I give a special greeting to my sector people. Today I'm home, Chair. I'm home today. I'm fighting a battle with my guerrillas. Thanks, Chair.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, parliamentary staff, as well as colleagues of Honorable Mteto. I think he must also declare. My name is Matsolo Molotsane. I'm a member of this portfolio committee and deployed here by African National Congress. Thank you, Chairperson.
You see now? Oh, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Deputy Minister, honorable members, our fellow colleagues from MGE. Nothing has changed, still the same. My name is Khaulatli, the same name is Khabo, and I'm also a member of this committee. And good morning to the officials of the department as led by the DG. Thank you very much.
Professional staff of the Portfolio Committee, starting from my left. Is there any microphone on? We have Amapiano here and we have a software.
Good morning all. Ndingu Ajabulile Tumisamtia, Committee Secretary for Arts and Culture. Thank you.
Good morning, Minister, DG, MPs, and esteemed guests. My name is Johnny van der Westhuizen. I'm the Committee Assistant for the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, DG, Deputy Minister, honorable members, guests. My name is Dr. Jacobo Jacob More, the researcher for sport and recreation. Thank you.
Morning, Chair, DG, and colleagues. My name is Bulelo Kulata, the Executive Secretary to the Chairperson. Thank you.
DM.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, DG colleagues. My name is Peace Mabe. I'm the Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture.
Good morning, Chair, members of the portfolio, DM, colleagues. I am Dr. Cynthia Kumalo, the Director General, Sport, Arts and Culture.
Good morning, Chair and members, DM, DG, and colleagues and other members present. I'm Sbosiso Tsanyane, the Acting DTG for ACPD.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members, DM, DG, Acting DDG, and colleagues. My name is Kawaka Alabi. I'm the Deputy Director, MGE.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Deputy Minister, DG, honorable members. My name is Masana Chikeka from the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, Acting Chief Director, Cultural Development.
Morning, Chairperson, Deputy Minister, DG, and members of Parliament, Simpion Wenyama, in the Office of the DG.
Good morning, Chair, Deputy Minister and DG, and all other colleagues. My name is Lodwig Raleigh BP, Officer of the Director General.
Good morning, the most progressive chairperson of our time. My name is Mr. Romeo Ramwada. I'm the president of the South African Arts and Culture Forum, and I'm actually deployed here by the MGE Consent Artist. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Good morning, Chair and the honorable members. My name is Olibila Mutelesi. I'm the Secretary General of the South African Arts Association in South Africa. I'm deployed here by the creatives. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, diligent and compromised Chair, and this committee. My name is Epta Mailula. I am the creative practitioner in the music sector with 25 years unbroken record. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, DM, DG, members and colleagues. It's Michelle Boiter, the Parliamentary Officer for the Ministry.
Good morning to the House at large. My name is Lele Tuma Mbeshala. I am an artist from Ekabeja and I've been deployed here by the MGE Concerned Citizens. I represent those who are Black, female, blind. And next to me is my assistant, Uvuyokwazi Gwaka. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Boyle Ngoma. I'm the president of SALSIF. I'm an artist and an activist and a lot of other things.
Thank you so much for everyone in this room. Is there still more?
Yeah, Chair.
Oh, my apologies.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Deputy Minister. Good morning, DG. Good morning, honourable members. My name is Unati Malunga. I'm also here on behalf of the creative industries. I'm an entertainment lawyer, a lobbyist, and an orchestral conductor. Thank you.
Thank you so much for everyone.
Honourable Chair.
From the visual chair.
Can you give me an opportunity? I'm chairing here. Thank you so much for everyone in the room. And I want to thank you for the vote of confidence and want to pass that to the rest of the committee. I am now, Honourable Daniels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I see my sister here from Nelson Mandela Bay. I just wanted to know I'm from Galvindale. So, thank you.
I am now going to give an opportunity to members of the Portfolio Committee on the hybrid system to introduce themselves. And if possible, we would like to see you and to ensure ourselves that it is you, Honorable Koban.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Ji Kobani Penny Penny, member of Sports, Arts and Culture, deployed by MK Party. Everything is IA.
Thank you so much, Honorable Imran.
Thank you, Chairperson, and a warm welcome to all our participants today. Highly appreciate it. My name is Imran Musa, and I'm from the Al Jamaa Party. And yes, I'm also the leader in Parliament and also the Chief Whip of Al Jamaa in Parliament. Thank you so much, Honourable Chairperson.
There's still two members. My favorite ex-minister.
Good morning, Chairperson. And let me take this opportunity to also greet all our guests there in Parliament. My name is Faith Mutambi. I'm the member of the Portfolio Committee representing the African National Congress. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Sanibonani, ngiyaxolisa ivita ivuleki. My name is Kokulethu Mchunu, a member of this committee, and I'm deployed by Umkhonto weSizwe. Thank you.
Yes, I'm going to be a little bit progressive in this meeting. We also have the adjudication panel in this meeting that was invited and to be here in person. I'm not too sure who is chairing that meeting. I'm not too sure, is it Mr. Steve Mutale? But if you start introducing yourself, please also give us reasons why you are not in Parliament in person.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Steve Modale. I am the chairperson of the adjudication panel of MGE. Now, like you have requested, Chair, we only got the invitation to come to Parliament on Wednesday afternoon. Now, that was, yeah, we got the invitation. So there was a mishap between us and the department. Members of the panel were only informed on Wednesday that we have to be in Parliament on Friday. So we couldn't make it because of various commitments. As you might be aware, members of the panel have come from different backgrounds. We have business people, we have professionals. So it was a bit awkward for them. But an arrangement was made for us to appear virtually. Thank you very much.
The other members may follow. Adjudication members.
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Chair.
You are too many in one room using two devices. I'm happy if you can
remove the other one. Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Simon Molefe Moloi. I'm the member of the panel. As explained by the chair, we only received the invitation on Wednesday, and that's why we have said would have loved to come in person. However, with the respect to the portfolio committee and the request from the DG, we agreed to suspend certain things for a few hours to attend to the request of the portfolio committee. Thank you.
The members can proceed of the adjudication panel. How many are on the platform? 5. Steve. Please unmute. There's someone who is identified as UM. Are you part of the panel? Mr. Mutale, is there still members that have to introduce themselves?
Couldn't make it because they had prior arrangement with other commitments.
Yeah, you see, Mr. Mutale, this is a very important meeting. And we don't want to start with the wrong foot. And I know you very well. I was a young boy playing soccer in Alabama, and you were a journalist. And I admired you a lot. You were writing a lot of me. You at the time, and Mr. John Doe, when the former MP. I don't know whether you can recall me. And I really would have expected better from this adjudication panel to be present here, because serious decisions has been made by your committee where millions of rands are involved. As a result, we are sitting here, and I must tell you, the messages that I received was that they are waiting for the speaker. There was communication between the minister's office and the speaker, because this committee, and according to the allegations, was that this committee is overstepping and overreaching its oversight role. I have ignored all of those letters because we have a duty to South Africans in terms of our oversight to see whether processes was fair. and whether accountability has been dealt with in an open opportunity for everyone. So I want to stress on behalf of the committee that we take complete exception to the fact of your thin delegation present on this platform. But be as it may, I trust that you as the chairperson of this adjudication committee will be in a position to give answers to South Africans today on why and the reasons we are sitting here today. With that said,
excuse me, Chair. Sorry, pardon me. I'm battling. I don't know how to raise my hand here. So pardon me for interrupting. Okay. Thanks, Chair. I remember you very, very well. As you indicated, me and you come a long way. But like I indicated, we are professionals, Chair. There's no way we can be informed on Wednesday afternoon that we have to be in Cape Town on Friday. I think, Chair, you have to direct your anger to the department, really, which is justified. It's not really our fault. We would have gladly presented ourselves to the committee. We understand the serious role that you play, the oversight role that you play. There's no way we could have ignored your invitation to come to Parliament. The issue is we were only informed on Wednesday afternoon. That is the issue.
I'm going to give the department an opportunity to respond to that because, like I said, these meetings have been planned months before time. In this particular one was executed a month ago, the decision. The department.
No, thank you, Chairperson. The Chairperson of the MGE adjudicating panel is correct. They were only invited by us on Wednesday. And in the letter, Chairperson, that we wrote to you, we did indicate as follows, that when the notice was received, the department made attempts to invite the members of the panel as per the Portfolio Committee's program. Arrangements for attendance were, however, not initiated as the department was awaiting direction considering the communication by the Minister to the Portfolio Committee Chairperson and the Speaker of the National Assembly. After the meeting held on the 2nd of September, where the matter of the invitations by the committee were clarified or was clarified, the department attempted to contact members to finalize the travel arrangements for the meeting. Unfortunately, none of them were available to attend the meeting, considering that members of the panel are professionals and business people from different sectors, and they had already planned ahead for the week. However, members of the panel have indicated that they will be available to appear before the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee any day in future on condition that the department informs them on time. I hope this explanation will be acceptable to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee. Chairperson, we did indicate in the letter written to you that against this background, we want to apologize for the inconvenience this has caused, and we remain committed to making arrangements. Basically, Chairperson, it was a call that we made based on the correspondence where we are awaiting direction and a way forward. And if we made a wrong call, we did apologize in the letter written to you, Chairperson.
Thank you. That solves every problem. Members, I'm not going to open it up for further debate. The department has apologized because they were uncertain about our role after so many years, but it's fine. Let's proceed. Honorable members, today's meeting is a crucial meeting for us, and it marks a juncture for South Africa's creative sector, our artists, our performers, cultural workers, and creative entrepreneurs, the very custodians of our national identity and imagination, continue to confront significant challenges in sustaining their craft and livelihoods. The plight of creative practitioners exacerbated by structural barriers, limited access to sustainable funding, and the lingering impact of the pandemic, demands our urgent and focused attention. The cultural and creative industries are not merely an expression of our heritage and diversity. They are a driver of social cohesion, youth empowerment, and economic participation. Yet too many talented South Africans find themselves unable to translate their skills into meaningful opportunities to access the platforms necessary to showcase their work locally and internationally. In this context, the MGE strategy remains a central policy intervention. It aims to unlock the economic potential of the creative and cultural sector, speaks directly to our task as a committee to ensure that public investment in this sector is impactful, equitable, and transformative. We must reflect carefully today on what has transpired in this whole scenario. These instruments were designed to broaden access, nurture new voices, and create pathways for practitioners to reach an audience both home and abroad. The question before us, honorable members, are whether they are achieving these goals and how they can be strengthened to better the sector. That's why we are here today. Today's discussion must therefore go beyond policy into lived experience of those involved. Mechanisms and chart a way forward that ensures transparency, fairness, and sustainability in how resources are allocated. The Minister and the Department have taken steps in a direction with the cultural and creative industrial Bosbarat last year with a view to organizing disciplines, advocating for fair practices. And there are many examples pertaining to this. Also to improve the sector and also to set up interim sector boards. The process, including its achievement and challenges, should form part of the committee's ongoing oversight over the department and its entities, particularly in the respect of openness, equity, and transparency. Let this meeting be a step towards creating a culture of improved responsiveness, meaningful cooperation, deeper scrutiny, and ultimately better policy implementation to raise the quality of life in South Africa. Indeed, honorable members, it was a sad day for this country when on 14 May 2025, practitioners in the cultural and creative industries marched on both the Union and Shishaba House, home of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, to deliver a memorandum to the President and the Minister, respectively, which highlight their dismay about a range of issues, including Mzansi Golden economic initiatives, including the abrupt cancellation of MGE open deadline, the inadequate communication to applicants, instructions for applicants to reapply from scratch despite prior assurance, the disparity in treatment of applicants, with some receiving results while others did not, a drastic reduction in maximum funding allocation. With that said, honorable members, I am going to provide the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and the MGE adjudication panel today to give to us a report in this nature, the department. Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. Corporate governance, good governance dictate that I must declare upfront that I'm not conflicted. Yes, I know the sector. Some of the organizations I've participated in, but I remain very impartial. They know that, very independent. And this time, there's nobody who has given me money like Athletic SA's CEO. So I declare that up front, and don't be misled thinking that it is me on this presentation. When you see Sporty and the Pansulas, it's not me, a chairperson. So yeah, I thought I should do that.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable Kobani, do you have anything to declare?
Nothing, sir.
Honorable Kabo?
I'm not declaring, Chairperson. Luckily, I'm not a beneficiary of any type from our creative sector. Chair, I wanted to check, maybe I might be out of tune. You'll correct me if I'm wrong. Pardon me in advance. My understanding is that MGE panel, it's a product of National Arts Council, if not mistaken. Where is the National Arts Council, or is it part of this meeting?
They're not, Honorable Member.
They are not part of this meeting?
No, the panel is not part of NIC.
It's an independent panel?
Yes.
Okay, fine, perfect.
I see another hand.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, Chair, I think through you, Chair, I don't know if I'm out of order or what, but I think since Mr. Mutale is saying there are only two, but I think it's important for us to know the whole list of the names of the panel, because for him to just say there are two, they are leaving us hanging. We must know who are the people involved in the adjudication of these projects. Thank you, Chair.
The information will come up from the presentation. The department.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Indeed, that information will also be part of what we are going to present. Chair, if we just go with the person who's assisting with the presentation, I'm going to take the members through this particular slide, and then I'll hand over to the acting DDG to take the committee and the attending representatives through the entire presentation. I just wanted to indicate before we do that, that this presentation came with about 3 other attachments, annexures, and they are going to be made reference to in the presentation as it goes on. And it covers the background into the MGE inception, how it was, how it came about. It goes through the issues that have been highlighted in the correspondence that we received from yourself, Chairperson, in terms of the briefing that is required. So acting DDG Mr. Tsanyane will then take the meeting through the presentation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I'm giving between yourself and the panel 20 minutes, for the most 25. So, Dr. Komalo, please advise how you're going to share this with Mr. Steve Mutale.
We will do the presentation as a department, Chair, and then you'll see the information is informed by what came out of the adjudication done by the panel. And if there are questions, they will then come in and address that. My apologies, Chair. Can I just allow DM comments first before the presentation? Through you.
It's fine, Chair.
Yeah, Chair, no, thank you very much. Maybe for the interest of time, let us just continue with presentations.
Proceed, Dr. Komalo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm just going to take you briefly through the presentation. Chair, I'll try and be quick and on the assumption that the document or the presentation was already read. I'm not going to read through on other slides line by line. The first slide refers to the background of MGE and just highlighting where it comes from. The 2011 convention or consultative conference that was held then gave rise to MGE with the purpose of making strategic investments to optimize the economic benefits of the arts in South Africa. The matter at hand in the next slide as we proceed, matter at hand is the issue of the open call for MGE. The call for funding that was announced in March 20th of March 2025. it was revised to make the criteria to be simpler in comparison to the initial call that was made. So this open call, revised open call, was made reverting to the short-term and once-off projects that the sector has been accustomed to. The applications for the initial CCIPs for the initial call were then cancelled. The applications for the revised MG open call for the two work stream, which is CCIP and touring ventures, were submitted manually at designated locations in all 9 provinces and through a specified email address between the 10th and the 12th of April 2025. So this was after some of the complaints were received in terms of the manner in which they had to submit. So a provision was made that there also be manual submission of application for the revised call. And all CCIP applicants were advised to reapply based on the revised criteria. The touring venture results were then announced to accommodate those who had already secured international platforms. As we move to the next slide, Chair, it depicts the initial call that was made and also the revised call. The initial call was made for the CCIP, which is the Cultural and Creative Industries Project, with a maximum grant of 9 million. And the duration of the project there was made to be between 6 and 9 months. Touring ventures were at a maximum grant of 1 million for both international and local tours. The revised call, which was then subsequently issued, reduced the amount of the grant to 2 million. And the duration there was made to be a short term, and it became a once-off. Now, this was done simply because the 9 million amount was seen to be a large amount, which is good for some, but then it was going to benefit less projects or less applicants with the money that is available for MG. So you would have funded less projects than maximizing on the amount that we had. And for the touring ventures, the amount was not changed. So it remained the same for both international, it was for 1 million for international tours only. So these are the work streams that are considered the touring ventures, where tours are supported for development and exploration of new markets for the nation's cultural and creative outputs, while providing employment opportunities for cultural and creative practitioners or artists. As we have indicated, the maximum available grant there is 1 million per grant per beneficiary. The CCIPs, which are funded as a driver for employment, providing work, job opportunities and gig opportunities for the arts, culture and heritage sector, also promoting local economic development, social inclusion and cultural diversity. The maximum available grant there is 2 million per grant per beneficiary. So that those projects are also linked to the 17 sectors that disciplines, 17 disciplines that are there that the department has established. The revised 2025 open call, in terms of the statistics, the total number of applications that were dropped at designated venues, it was 1,354, and the ones that were received through emails was 1,442. Now, to note there is that the number of emails do not equate to the number of applicants, because it does happen that at times you receive duplicate applications through emails, so that then would create that imbalance. But the total number of captured applications, as indicated, is 2,823, and the duplicates were 294. So which then, if you minus that indicated, there is 2,529. And in terms of the approved applications, there's a total number of 152. Touring ventures, we have 27, and CCIPs 125. Next slide. There were also in terms of the non-compliant applications, where you find that applications have outstanding required compliance document, and some with incorrect or invalid attachment as per the requirements of the criteria. And the status there in terms of the statistics is that for compliant applications, we received 1,088, and non-compliant applications were 1,735. The next slide. In terms of the work stream, this is just an disaggregation according to work streams. In terms of the compliant and non-compliant applicants for CCIPs, we had 1,010 compliant applications and 1,674 non-compliant applications. For touring ventures, we had 78 which were compliant and 61 which were non-compliant. Next slide. In terms of the declined applications, the reasons thereof range from the budget not broken down and contravening the cost per job or work opportunities as stipulated in the MGE revised guidelines, talent searches and competitions, which is not clear, project focusing more on capacity building through training and or workshops rather than on the context of comparison, creating work or gig opportunities for creatives and practitioners. One of the next one is artists or creative are benefiting least in the project where they are not benefiting much. And then others would be the application seeking operational cost to buy equipment, cars, etc. And others would be other non-cultural and creative sectors, which is agricultural programs, school excursions, children's related program, and others would be multidisciplinary proposals. Next slide, please. Now, this slide, Chair, is the MGE adjudicators in terms of their names and also the brief profile in terms of what they do. As indicated, we have Mr. Steve Mudale, who is a chairperson. We have Miss Shabnam Peterson. We have Mr. Simon Muloi, Mr. David Kau, Mr. Vernon Vrachom, and Mr. Francisco Tejada. This is the next slide speaks of the comparison on the MGE open call throughout the years. And as you can see that in 2021, there was a large number of applications received as opposed to the 2025-26 financial year, which we are looking at, where we received 2,823 applications. Next slide, please. This is the comparison for MG calls in terms of the received proportion on the received and the approved applications. And if we look at 2025-26 financial year, we'll see that 152 have been approved as opposed to the total number that was received of 2,823. Next slide. This is just the overall performance in terms of the applications that were approved in terms of progress of what has happened so far. Before the funds are transferred, the department signs an MOA between the department and the beneficiary. The total number of MOAs that are with our legal services for vetting, so far we have 39, which is 1 for touring venture and 38 for CCIP. The number that are still awaiting compliance document is 25. The number that have been vetted, because the vetting happens 2 times, 80 has undergone through the first vetting. There's also a number of applicants that are withdrawn, declined, or deregistered, or with queries outstanding, and there are no replies from the beneficiaries. And we have 7 of those, and they fall under the CCIPs. Total number of that one, I'm not going to dwell much because there's a process there of item creation that we do with the National Treasury to make payments. It is not applicable because so far there is zero. The total number of the projects where a first tranche of payment has been paid is 42, meaning that there's projects that have already received their first tranche. Touring Ventures, there's 22 that have received their first tranche, and under CCIP we have 20. And that then translates to the value in terms of rents to 24,931,992. Total number of outstanding for which are still have to receive their first tranche of payment is 110, where we have 5 for Touring Ventures and 105 for the CCIPs. The next slide, please, which talks about challenges. That during this open call, there were complaints raised against the portal and the newly introduced criteria, citing access challenges. Following the closing of the revised open call, the complaints were still coming, claiming that the portal provided a cheaper and more convenient means for all. It can either be a complaint or complement that one, including individuals living with disabilities and those in rural areas, as it allowed practitioners to access applications from anywhere at any time via internet for the duration of the open call without them having to travel long distances. The NPO compliance requirement was seen as an impediment because in order for beneficiaries to qualify per the criteria, they had to be registered as an NPO. So that was seen also as a complaint that it is an impediment for others. The demands for the results of the initial process, despite the statement issues on the 7th of March, there was that, and I think Chair has alluded in the introduction to some of the challenges that have been experienced and long turnaround times for outcomes due to the manual nature of the process, where each letter is individually typed, verified, quality checked, and emailed, meaning, Chair, that mostly it is manual. Next slide, please. In terms of opportunities, there is a need to continuously advance the cultural and creative industries. However, achieving this will require a process to take into account the unregulated environment that we operate within. The department, in collaboration with the sector, has established the 17 clusters aligned to the 6 cultural domains as classified by UNESCO. This is a sector coordination and support model that will enable direct access to a cluster of sectors and giving each a voice. These organizations, based on the specific disciplines, have been identified as focal points for this financial year. And this initiative aims to support the sector while promoting inclusion and creating engagement platforms and networks opportunities for the creatives. There will be an opportunity for the clusters to influence and empower creatives to participate in decision-making process related to their respective field. A process towards the development of regulations has commenced, working with the sector clusters. So the next slide, Chair, is just a graphic of the 17 the cluster domains that have been established. I'm not going to go through them. And that is the last slide, Chair, and thank you.
That was great. Still 10 minutes left. May I request whether Mr. Mutale want to add something? If so, I would request you also to inform the committee on application pertaining to their geographical spread. Mr. Mutale.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of let me first deal with your request in terms of the geographical spread. The panel received applications from all 9 provinces of the country. However, the majority of these came from 2 provinces, Gauteng and KZN. You might be wondering, for instance, as to why the very, very low rate of approval. We encountered a lot of problems. We found that most of the applications, typically where there's money involved, there will be a lot of chance takers. So many of these people did not even read the guidelines. They just threw in their applications. However, there were genuine applications, real applications from real people in the creative sector. So most of the problems that we encountered that led to non-approvals was people were not following the basic criteria. For instance, they mentioned issues of workshops and training when the guidelines were clear that MGE is a job creation initiative. We also found instances where in the proposals, administrators were paying themselves astronomous amounts, and the most important people, the artists, were benefiting the least. And in terms of the budgets that were submitted, we found that these were not detailed. The budgets were not properly or broken down in detail. So also that led to the disqualification of many applications. And there was an issue also of most of the applications being a talent search initiative when the guidelines were clear that there shouldn't be any talent search initiatives. And there was also the issue of workshops and, of course, no detailed breakdown of the budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Matale. May I request members on the platform, hybrid platform, if it is possible, to switch on your camera as this meeting are being streamed live. Thank you so much. Honorable members, that leaves us with the next presentation that we will receive by the concerned creative practitioners. You have 30 minutes. I'm giving you more time, not because you were having a vote of confidence in the committee. We want to hear all your stories, because what is important for us in this particular case also that the department or Mr. Mutale and others must submit to us who was the ones who won vehicles and kumbis and bakis. Because this thing has two sides. This whole story has two sides. So we need all of those informations. Who's going to lead us from the practitioner side?
Chair, I wanted to raise my hand as the other board member of the other panel member. Can I request to make a few input?
Please identify yourself and proceed.
Okay, my name is Simon Muloi. I wanted to add just on what the chair said. One of the things that the panel looked at was the fact that the applications of people with disabilities.
Just a second for me. Just a second for me. We have requested that we switch on our cameras, if it is possible, as this meeting are being screened. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. What I wanted to submit was that to add on what the Chair said, one of the decisions we also worked on was to create a leniency or a discretion where we work on the people with disabilities to make sure that their applications or what they submitted, we looked at it more in detail because of the challenges of making sure that we achieve or we advance the program in relation to people with disabilities. But I think the key thing in relation to our applications is that in the past, and that's what MGE, when you look at the decisions that were taken in relation to training and workshops, you have applicants who are not accredited to do training on anything. They are not CETA accredited, but they want to do training. And in that way, it becomes a ticking box issue that I receive money to train so many hundred young people, whether I certificate them or not. So we felt, as per the guideline, that this thing, as a project of job creation, it must be able to focus on job creation. Any other training should be referred to the CETA process, and that's why, as a panel, we have also said we will consolidate a recommendation to the department on issues that we think they must look at in the next process of applications, so that many creative industry or youth or people in the sector are able to participate or able to benefit in relation to the grant system created. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Molefe. I'm now going to call on Mayor Unati.
Good morning again, everybody. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity of having us here. We won't reintroduce ourselves. Chair, we would like to start off by stating, I think you've set the scene very nicely in the beginning. So we just want to say that these are the organizations that have endorsed our campaign. The campaign is obviously bigger than MGE. It's all about the systemic issues that we are facing as a sector. Yesterday, the Deputy Minister posed a question. She said she doesn't understand why Nigeria is the leading film market in Africa. We understand why it is, and the economies that are fastest growing in today's day and age are those that have the creative and cultural industries at the heart of their economic plans. And here in South Africa, we do not do that. Here in South Africa, our creative industries are seen as red carpet events. They are seen as just events where you can sponsor people, put your logos on. They are not seen as an ecosystem. They are not seen as industries that compete in terms of giving back to GDP in the same par as agriculture. So without a national plan, we are going to get nowhere. Without these industries being at the heart of our plans, and what's important to understand about our industries is that, Chair, the barrier of entry there is non-existent. So you can be a technical person, you can come off the street, you can learn a skill. That's the kind of employment that we can create. The multiplier effect we give to tourism, hospitality, all these other sectors that we contribute to economically. We are not, a sideshow, so to speak. So if we don't start from there, Chair, if we don't start from there, and given that this MGE is supposed to be a fund that feeds the ecosystem, it's not supposed to be another PESP, another job fund. It's supposed to be a fund that feeds the ecosystem, that develops the creative industries. The fact that we are where we are, and this is just a picture of the fact that the bubble is about to burst. This MGE, the presentation this morning was very nice, very clean, showed nothing about what the artists were going through in the background, showed nothing of the chaos that was created. Even before the MGE was published in November, we had already given input into how it could help be structured. When it was published, We gave input to say, this doesn't work. Please, can we revise, etc. Sorry, ma'am. So, I don't know if I should
proceed.
Okay.
You are doing the presentation unless Honorable Malatani.
So this is
Just
where.
a sec, just a second.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes, Chairperson. I think if members can allow the presenter to present, because they keep on making a noise and it disturbs.
Oh, my apologies, and thank you for that, Honorable Malatane. I am so deeply concentrated on the presentation and listening to the presenter. I could not hear. If there's any member, please, or anyone, please allow the practitioner unit to convey their message to this parliament. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. So we are at the point where the bubble is bursting. We are lagging behind internationally because we're not paying enough attention to these creative industries. So as we go through the presentation, you will see what industries, what subsectors are incorporated into our industries. When you see those subsectors, think about the variety and think about the thousands of people who are working in those particular subsectors. We haven't even managed to capture all the subsectors, obviously, of the creative industries, but just a reminder of what is at stake here. Just a reminder of the people who are behind the scenes, the people who are working, the cultural entrepreneurs, the teachers, the artisans, the arts administrators, the musicians, the opera singers, the people who are disabled, who are struggling to get opportunities to work in these sectors. Please, we don't want you to lose the face of the people behind here. So we start with the books and publishing, just as a reminder. I think I'm not going to spend too much time on this because the department has gone through it. I will point out what was important for us. Again, by the time the call, you see the department's presentation started with the call in March. But the call was in November. The first call was in November. The cancelled call was in November. Cancelled. By the time March came around, not only was the money changed, not only were the guidelines changed, but the manner of submission had also changed, as they explained, which obviously had an effect, particularly on people with disability, and you'll hear from Leletu later. So not only had people spent their last monies in the year running around, printing, getting their proposals together for that November call, but several months later in March, so the sector had not been funded the whole of 2024 because there was a chomors at the NFEF, there was a chomors at the NAC, nobody had released any funding. You release funding in November, you cancel it without consultation with the sector. The deadline and even the March call, people are still given the initial 9 months to do the work, even though the department only published the results 3 months after when they were supposed to publish. So I'm just going to pass through this. This is a timeline. I think we've been taken through it. I just want to state that all of this activity, with all the separate notifications, even at the adjudication stage, when they were adjudicating, there were notices coming out to say, oh no, we have to extend, oh no, we have to do this. I mean, the notices clearly were intended to provide clarity, but they just caused more confusion. People were running around, people were not getting answers. The chaos that was this process. And we just want to say, Chair, that, you know, the South African Cultural Observatory, which is a research institute of the department, has done research asking, why is the department even managing this thing? Why is the department administering these funds by itself? It's got 2 funding agencies. saying that the department doesn't have the administrative capacity to deliver this. Then the research also says that this MGE is not benefiting artists the way it was intended to. But there's been no change. There's been no change to what the research is saying. The research was several years ago and no implementation by the DSAC. So out of 2,500 or 2,800 people, 152 projects is what we support the artists with. The approved list was published after articles appeared in the press to say, there are organizations here who have been approved who are not tax compliant. All of a sudden, the list became a preliminary list. A preliminary list. You saw even in the department's presentation how many times there was compliance verification. What is the vetting process exactly? Because the people who delivered their applications manually say when they got there, the application was checked, the department would not even take the application unless all the paperwork was there. And yet people are getting rejection letters based on, oh no, you're not tax compliant. Oh no, your trading name is not the same as your registered name. Oh no, your budget is inflated. Vague statements. So those rejected applicants have had no opportunity to engage. They've had no opportunity to clarify. Nothing. They've had no complaints. I mean, no opportunity to put forward what their position is. The post-publication communications, also a mess. To say again, these are the people that we've approved, but it's a preliminary list, so we guess we don't really have a total number for you, but this is the preliminary list. Then the rejection letters. The people who got rejection letters, I think I got one the other day, just the other day, 2-3 months later. No, if the appeals, because that's what the department represented to this committee in an earlier meeting, that, oh no, there's an appeals process, people can appeal. Where was the appeals process in the guidelines, the initial guidelines, and in the revised guidelines? Why in the rejection letters are people not told of an appeals process? They're just told to apply next year. Apply next year. After a year of not getting funding, after a year of even now, and Mr. Romeo will speak to it a bit later on, the NAC has still, to this day, not released all its funding. Artists have been expected to survive for 2 years without funding. This is the second year. And then you take the opportunity, and this was a discussion I had with the DSAC beforehand. You take the opportunity to reject people on the basis of capacity building. How do you think jobs are created in this sector? Especially rural and townships. We need to go out there. We need to teach people the skills. That is how we capacitate them in order for them to also be able to stand on their 2 feet and apply for the resources. So it's all very confusing, Chair. Anyway, let's move on. So then there's the disqualification of the NPCs. And you'll see later on, one of our questions is, how many NPCs exactly had applied for projects outside the borders of South Africa? Because only those NPCs who are trading overseas need to also apply to the Department of Development, of Social Development. So the fact that NPCs were all disqualified because they weren't registered with that department, the law only says they need to do it if they conduct business overseas. So I'd like to know, of the disqualified NPCs, how many projects were going to actually be implemented outside our borders? And what happens to the other NPCs that were that were disqualified? So, honourable members, there's the DSAC spin, and then there's the sector reality. What we experienced on the ground with the sector. So I'd also like to just point out, Honourable Chair, we would like this subcommittee, Honourable Chair, to look closely at the budget that was provided by the Treasury based on the budget that was presented at Vote 37, which was the promise, because the numbers aren't adding up for us. The numbers simply aren't adding up. And we realize that it's a medium-term, expenditure framework, but still the numbers aren't adding up. You are funding 152 people. The budget of the MGE was not what was initially allocated as the NGE. We are going to leave it there. I think the point I'm trying to make is today, with the presentation from the departments, the first time we've seen those figures like that, as clear as day. There's a lack of transparency in this department. And so getting to the root of things is really requires scrutiny. Yesterday, you were told, for example, that there was only one complaint about the NFEF Council. That is not true. So whatever information is put before you, we'd like you to please scrutinize it based on the documentation, the budget allocation from Treasury linked up to the allocations to each institution, the allocations to the MGE, how much has been allocated to the MGE, how much has been allocated to PESP. And so there's no double dipping, counting jobs for MGE, which actually belong to PESP, or all that sort of thing. We'd like you to look into it. The clusters. Let's talk about the clusters. The minister posits that he has established these clusters for sector engagement. As you would have seen from our memoranda, Chair, the minister uses established legitimate organizations and uses established mechanisms. He came to the organizations. When he invited us to the Bosporat, we were ambushed there. We were ambushed at the Bosporat. They like to say, oh no, the clusters, the sector chose their representatives. We went to a meeting, a Bosporat meeting. At that meeting, we were told, whoever is in the room, you have to choose your representatives from whoever is here. So if you had sent a junior member just to attend a meeting on your behalf, that member was now going to represent the cluster because they were in the room. When we said, hang on, we answer to people. We can't just choose amongst ourselves who's here. We answer to people. Let us go back to our constituencies so that they forward the representatives. It was fixed later on, but I'm trying to show you that it's a top-down structure. It's a minister structure. This minister came in last year. We have been here for 30 years, and we will remain, whether he moves on or not. This structure is his structure, right? And we are participating because some people are getting a barrel over the head that, oh no, you won't get funding unless you do what I do. And when we go to these meetings, we are told what is happening. We are not participating in any decision making. So let it not, please, be represented in any other way. We are the sector, we are here. And we are telling you, and we are not hiding it. We are done, we are tired of this kind of treatment. So when people say, we've got these representative sectors, but we are silenced, we are shut out. You know, today you can't even go and get into the DSAC building. without an appointment. They shut you out. We are shut out, we are ignored. We were ignored in November when the MGE was published. By the time this department team gave webinars in, I think it was late November, from the 8th of November when it was published, they gave webinars in that last week of November. We had already given input. It was not even considered in the webinars. We were very upset when those webinars came because we thought those webinars had taken the input into consideration. We've sent you an evidence pack of various letters that we have sent and sent and sent to the minister, sent to the department with input, but it is simply ignored. The department goes ahead and does whatever it wants under the basis that it is providing solutions for us, solutions that we have not informed at all. So let us not use the clusters as though they are forums where we go and we participate and we have our say. So I'm just going to rush through the rest because I do want to give an opportunity for some of the delegation to speak.
Yeah, please, you have yes. 11 minutes left.
All right. So these are the questions I think we have forwarded to the honourable committee members. But again, it's much bigger than just MGE. We've got problems at the NAC, we've got problems at the NFEF. And, you know, one of the weaknesses that we don't understand about this department is supposed to be championing us. We deal with DCDT, we deal with DTI, we are on our own. When DCDT fails our producers, and we have to go fight for the film rebate, which we can no longer bring in FDI into this country, you know, because of the messes there. We have to deal with the Department of Labour because our practitioners don't have labour protections. We've got to deal with the IP issue, the unfair contracts. We are left to navigate this space on us by ourselves. Where is the department? Where's the department's international relations arm? We were discussing, they want to tax, the World Trade Organization wants to tax people who trade over the internet. We had to go as the sector last week to go and represent what South Africa should stand for. Where is the department's international relations? Is that not their job? These are salaried employees who are mandated to champion the sector and take care of the sector. Why is it that we're on our own? Chair, you would have seen the minister's lack of response to the issues that we've raised in our memoranda. The minister, as usual, it's denial, it's deflection, it's blaming this organization, it's blaming that organization, never taking responsibility and accountability for anything, minimizing everything we have said to him, can never answer. So he sent us that, and because obviously the emperor has no clothes, we are here and we have escalated the issue. Because what kind of Chair, and then I move on to our questions, and there we have questions to the DSAC that we've posed, several pages, including the appeals. We have questions to the Adjudication Committee that we've posed, several pages, and Chair, we have questions to the subcommittee as well. That's it from me. I'm going to please just call on Ms. Bongile next to speak.
Before
Ms. Leleche.
Before the next speaker is going to speak, the questions being asked to the department.
Yes.
Did you, Ms. Malunga, receive any response?
We have not sent these questions to the department.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Not yet.
The next speaker will be?
Ms. Lelethu Moses.
Lelethu, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Anati. The name is Lelethu Mahambishala. Moses is an alias. It's a way for me to bring a spirit into the room. I speak on behalf of artists with disabilities, but also I speak on behalf of artists in general, because we don't walk around wearing our disabilities. We want to be mainstreamed. I think the biggest issue currently is the fact that the consideration of artists with disabilities is really based on tokenism. The picture looks good when we mention artists with disabilities, but the department does not have a program that I know of that focuses on the development of artists with disabilities, giving them the power to stand and speak for themselves, to run their own projects. Nothing like that exists. Otherwise, everything else is tokenism. On the clusters, there is no cluster that speaks specifically to artists with disabilities. There again, there was an element of tokenism where it was said, just make sure that in all the 17 clusters, there is at least an artist with a disability. I don't think that's fair. I don't think also it is fair to come and say to artists, you cannot have a capacity building element in your work, but you must work with artists that we don't even develop ourselves. How are we considering those artists with disabilities as artists who must earn when they haven't been capacitated, when they haven't been brought closer to where industry is? This is rural artists, this is township artists, and this is artists with disabilities. No program exists that I know of from any department, locally, provincially, and nationally, that speaks to the development, the encouragement of, and the facilitation of programs that really say, we recognize your talent and we want you to nurture your talent, because your talent is a way for you to ensure that you can make your own living as a person who is living with a disability. Yet when we apply for projects and we say we want to go to the artists with disabilities, show them that we are here, we've made it through the cracks to be those artists that you can look up to. Let us give you the capacity to ensure that you can stand on the stage on your own. Then those projects are kicked out because they've got too much capacity building. And then we sit here with an adjudicator who says, we really tried to favor artists with disabilities. But where are these artists we're talking about? Besides those people that give me a call to say, I'm going to include you in my project because you are blind so that you can benefit and I can benefit through you. Those who cannot speak for themselves, who agree to being included on those projects, are sitting there waiting to earn 1,000 bahts from 1.8 million that has been given to an entity. So I think that's the biggest issue for artists with disabilities, is that there is nobody who's speaking on our behalf. There are projects that are big ideas, but no consultation that has taken place with people like myself. I had to fill in an application form that I could not see. I had to do it 3 ways: type it on Word, forward it on WhatsApp to somebody who can then put it on PDF filler. By the time I was finished, I had the headache of all headaches, the very headache that led me to losing my sight in the first place. And when I handed in my application and I requested, I asked them, why did you guys force us to do this, to hand in an application physically? The lady that took in my application said, your leaders said we must do a physical application. When I went back to the leaders said it was never us because the department has never spoken to us. Email after email has been written to the department pleading the case for persons with disabilities. The only change they effected was to say, okay, please submit your application forms via email. It's the same physical application form, ma'am. There is no way we could have a blind artist specifically who can't see, a dyslexic artist who can see but cannot read properly, or have a software that reads back to them or that they can speak to so that it can type effectively language that can be understood. There's no way they could have made it in this round. And still, we couldn't have made it in this round because us artists with disabilities who want to do creative projects for people just like us have been kicked out because we're building capacity. So it's a cycle that just does not end. We start off very hopeful, we end off very hopeless. Then another call comes. We start off hopeful. We end up hopeless because nothing speaks to us. The department, it seems like they make decisions today, and then they hear an outcry, and then they quickly say, sorry, we made a mistake. On the 7th of March, they release a press statement, and they say, we are revising the application to expand the scope of the applications. And if you had already applied, and it seems like you haven't received a rejection or you haven't been declined, don't worry, you don't need to apply. On the 20th of March, they release the call and they say everybody must apply. Because because the artist had said, this doesn't make sense. Why must we reapply? Why this, and that? Then they said, no, we made a mistake. They released the results. And those results, the artists question them. They say, there are companies that are deregistered here. There are companies who are security companies here. What's going on? The department says, no, wait, we made a mistake. These companies were not meant to be there. We're still vetting. This is just a preliminary list. We'll still come back and let you know what's what. We're still waiting for the final list because apparently the 52 was just a preliminary list. So we need to understand that. Lastly, when the call came out in November, there was a stream there that was for marginalized groups at a threshold of 1 million. In today's report from Mr. Tzanyane, I did not hear any reference to that stream. I don't know whether there were results that came out of that stream, because when the revised call came out, there was no mention of that specialized stream for those marginalized groups, that was women, youth, and persons with disabilities. So still, I see no intention to give life so that people can be inspired to effect change in their own lives. I see here a department that is begging us to beg them. Every time they ignore us, we are being begged to beg, to know that we don't have any other option but this option. If they can refuse something as imperative as capacity building, as a ground for declining an application, then we know there is no interest in the growth of the industry. There is no interest in the development of the artists, in the artists being able to work independently. We're talking regulating the sector. But on the other end, we're talking disempowering the artists with every action that the department does. So that's my 5 cents worth, just to say, let us have our own voice as the artists with disabilities. We deserve it.
Yeah, through you, Chair. I've given you extra 10 minutes. Stay it goes.
Okay. Yeah.
My apologies.
Okay. Yeah.
I want to thank you for sharing your presentation with us. In some cases, I observed that you have responded also to the presentations of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. We will provide the department as well, Dr. Khumalo, sufficient time to respond to the presentation of the practitioners during the rebuttal of question time. But for progress, I just want to ask one question before I'm going to ask members to respond. We have Dr. Khumalo request a list of the adjudication panel. We have received a list, and that is part of our work to verify and to oversight and to see whether there was fairness in the process. The list that we have received, the name and participant in this particular meeting, Mr. Molefe, was not submitted to us. Just make a side note on that name as far as the panel is concerned. I don't know where that name perhaps sneak in as a double barrel or something.
Can I help, Chair?
Mr. Mutale, in terms of the process, we will give an opportunity later on responses. I'm going to request members to engage. I am first in terms of the request to me, going to give an opportunity to Honorable Khabo, and then Honorable Malen, and then Honorable Potgieter, Honorable Molatani, Honorable Mataung, and then Honorable Mtetwa. It's the other way around today, Honorable Mtetwa.
I'm raising my hands. I'm still looking. I'm struggling, Chair.
Honorable Kobani, you will be next. Is there any hands on the platform?
Mutambi too, after Ngwane.
Noted, Honorable Mutambi.
Chair, through you, Chair. May I ask, when were these names submitted of members in terms of the synchronization of asking questions? When were they, that you are saying now you have been advised that these are the people who are going to speak? I raised my hand first.
No,
A
request was made that they want to leave earlier. But I can start with you, Honorable.
No, that's fine. If that is the
on
reason,
that basis, I want to give members a fair chance. And you know I'm doing that. The one meeting I decided this side, other meeting that side. And unfortunately.
Oh, no, if that is the reason, then I just wanted to check because I didn't see any hands.
No.
So, okay.
No, I will not let names sneak in here unnecessary. The Honorable Kapo.
Thanks for the opportunity, Chairperson. Let me once more again pass my greetings, and let me also welcome the presentation from the creative industry concerned practitioners. Your story is very painful and touching, but over and above, let's get clarity from people that must provide a clarity. Chair, if I may ask, is the minister part of this meeting? Because he said that he will be part of the meeting. That will be my first question.
No, the apology has been made.
The minister is not part of this meeting. Okay. Maybe I must remind you that yesterday the minister has committed that he's going to form part of this meeting.
Yes, Honorable. When we started, we indicated he is not.
No, as much as you indicate the apology, I must also indicate that in yesterday's meeting he has made a commitment.
Noted.
So the fact that he submitted an apology does not change the fact that he committed yesterday.
Noted. Don't fight with me. I'm in this meeting.
No, thanks, Chair. Maybe you must get used to my tone. I'm not fighting. That's how I express myself. And pardon me in advance that I'm unable to massage your feelings as expected.
I have some honey here.
I want to check with you in terms of this panel of adjudicators. I must get my question from the department. Deputy Director of MGE. Can you clarify me in terms of the panel? How many members are there? Yeah, I prefer one-on-one so that you don't dribble me along the way with your response.
Thank you, Honorable Member. There are 6. Mr. Muloi is part of the panel. I think the issue with him is that he's got 2 surnames, Mulefe and Muloi, but he has always been part of the panel from the beginning. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. This panel of 6 people who have taken decisions on behalf of a lot of millions, how was this panel constituted? For now, I'm just concentrating on you, worry less. I agree you are the one who's leading the MG.
I'm a deputy director, yes,
Yes.
but I do have an acting chief director, the ADDG and the DG.
Now let me talk to you then.
Okay.
Okay, fine, let me stick to you. How was the panel constituted?
The panel is, according to the policy, this panel is appointed by the minister because it's an outside panel, external people from government, or from the department rather.
No, thank you very much. Deputy Minister, you are here. Welcome. Thank you very much. The minister is not here. Were you part of the appointment of the panel?
I'm not sure how to respond to your question.
Not a problem. If you are not sure on how to respond to my question, then Deputy Minister is not a problem. You see, that's the reason why I wanted the minister to form part of this meeting. It has been presented here that the panel was appointed by the minister. So the point of departure will then be understanding, amongst others, the terms of reference of the adjudication panel. How was the panel appointed? I'll give you a practical example. In the Department of Higher Education and Training, we are stuck with a situation where we were given an impression that there is an independent panel that was supposed to process the application that led to the appointment of board members of sitters. We were told in a meeting that there is a panel. Fast forward 3 weeks, 6 weeks down the drain, none of the panel members is confirming that they were part of the panel. In fact, all of the members of the panel were rejecting the fact that they formed part of the process of appointing people. It is for that reason, Chairperson, firstly, I must reject the apology of the department in terms of the panel not being here. Must firstly reject the apology. Secondly, must equally reject, with the contempt it deserves, the apology of the panel. I'm not sure if the department must tell us, if they are the ones who have appointed these people, how is it that the panel is not here? That is one question that I wanted to raise, and I'm not sure how we're going to deal with these matters, because all of these things, it then says that the minister was supposed to be here, the panel was supposed to be here. Because for you to interrogate the work that has been done by the panel, you must firstly get clarity as to how were these people appointed. We don't even have their academic background here, Chairperson. We are just told that this person is a writer, this person is a renowned writer or filmmaker. We don't even have their academic background. So the person who was supposed to take us into confidence is the minister in terms of the process that he has followed. But now that the minister is not here, I would also propose that this meeting, amongst others, we can process these issues. But it will require us to have the minister and the panel being present in this meeting. Because it does not make sense to me, Chairperson, for the panel to engage with us via Zoom or whichever visual platform that they are using. It, to me, does not make sense. But let me maybe drive something home to prove to you that we are skating on thin ice here. I can continue with my process of asking questions if you allow me. But my argument here is that we should be sitting with the minister, we should be sitting with the panel in this room, so that when we begin to seek clarity on some of these questions, we have been given the necessary response that we are going to get. I mean, already the deputy minister is giving us an impression that she was not part of the process. That's the impression that she's giving us, because she's saying that she's unable to respond to the question that I'm posing.
Yeah, Honorable Harbour, I would argue that the deputy minister must be in a position to respond to some of these things. It's the minister, it is the deputy minister. When the minister is not available, the deputy minister must respond. And if the deputy minister can't respond, the director is here. So there must be answers today. I mean, they work as a collective. They work all together. They must know what is transpired, and decisions are being taken on behalf of Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. So the whole of the contingent must be aware of that. Proceed, I stole some of your time.
No problem, Chair. In fact, probably if they can provide the answers, if you allow. We've got the Deputy Minister, DG, you are no longer acting, you are with us now. We've got the Director General, so if they can provide those answers in terms of how was the panel
Deputy Minister.
Thanks, Chair. I will request the DG to respond.
Okay, apologies for that. Yeah, as the Deputy Director, MGE, has indicated, the process of appointment of the panel was done through the Minister. And the identification of the people that then serve in the panel, the Minister looked widely across the kind of experience he would like to see in people that would be able to then adjudicate. And from the 6 people that are in the panel currently, their competencies, as far as we know as a department, then cut across areas of music, performing arts, areas of books and publishing, etc. But basically, in terms of process, it's adjudication panel appointed by minister.
According to you, DG, did the minister handpick these people from the industry or even from the streets, or these people, panel members, were appointed through a transparent process where people within the industry are allowed to volunteer their services?
The nomination and the appointment of these people followed the handpicking. It wasn't a process that involved consultation with the industry.
Okay, no, thank you very much, DG. Maybe if I can check with Mr. Motale. I'm not sure if Mr. Motale is the one leading the panel. If I can check with Mr. Motale, did he get an appointment letter from the minister? And if so, when did he get that appointment letter? And what were the appointment letter directing him of his key responsibilities? The last part, whether there was any remuneration assigned to the work to be done by the chair.
Mr. Mutale.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honorable Member. Yeah, all 6 panelists, we received letters of appointment from the department, and of course, there was remuneration for the services that we render. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. While we are still there, we'll request Mr. Motale to share that appointment letter with us. Maybe if I can check with Mr. Motale in terms of the process that he led as the chair of the adjudication. The first question that I wanted to check, what is their turnaround time for processing applications?
Thank you, Honorable Member. There was no specific turnaround time, but the job that we did, all in all, if I were to guess, it took us about 7 to 8 weeks. Thank you.
According to your letter of appointment, when were you expect to complete this task of adjudication?
The letter of appointment did not specify, was not specific as to when the job had to be completed.
Okay, let me go to your issues then. In terms of your process, how many meetings have you set so far as a panel?
We set for several weeks, like I indicated to you, but we were breaking down jobs per week. We would see on a weekly basis and then submit our reports online and regroup again. But I've indicated to you earlier that the process must have taken, the department can verify, it must have been a 7 to 8 week job.
Okay, I want to check with you in terms of your adjudication process. It is alleged that some of the preliminary outcome indicates that some of the companies that were appointed are either deregistered or are not part of the sector. Can you take us into confidence in terms of the process that you follow leading up until the appointment of a successful applicant, not forgetting the due diligence of importance that you play in the process?
Okay. First of all, the vetting process was not done by the adjudication panel. The department receives applications and then they vet as to which ones are compliant. Only the compliant ones were presented to us. In terms of which one did not have a tax clearance and what, that was not our job. We were only presented with those that were compliant that we had to adjudicate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. DG, I think you captured the response, and the DG, the person of MGE. Can we get clarity in terms of my initial question? Take us through the process. I mean, the last part, the Ndademotale decided not to respond to it, but I'm going to repeat the question again. Let me start with this one. Take us into confidence in terms of the process that you follow. From a point of receiving application, remember it has been indicated that you are the ones who are dealing with the vetting process. There are allegations that some of the companies that you have appointed, even though it's preliminary outcomes, some of these companies are deregistered, some of these companies are owned by foreign nationals. Just clarify the process and clarify the role players in the process.
Thank you. I will be speaking to specifically to the revised call, which was a manual process, because the initial one, the process is automated. It's on the e-services portal. In this case, the proposal were received in two ways. They were received through the drop-off at the drop-off.
No, don't do that to me and don't do that to yourself. I think it was explained in the report on different modalities.
Yeah.
Take us through the process of you, after you have received the applications, what process do you follow that will lead to a point of you presenting a list of people who are either compliant or non-compliant to the adjudication? The adjudication committee is claiming that you are the ones who are starting the process. They were not even involved in the vetting. That's what I'm saying. Don't tell me about the process that started in terms of receiving application. Take it from a point whereby after you have received the application, what is it that you are doing?
Oh, okay. I will start it from there. The applications that were received through email and through the boxes are captured to create a register of all applications received. And that is done by various officials in the department that assist to capture the applications. We create our IT internally assisted us to create a portal where everybody could capture these applications. During that capturing, the team the capturers look through the documentation. There's a list of documents that are published in the guidelines that are required. They were on page 8 of the guidelines that were provided to the committee. They check just at the compliance at this stage, if you submitted all the required documents. That's where you have the two groups of compliant and non-compliance in terms of the documentation. Then those that are compliant then move to the panel. The panel will then focus mostly on the adjudication.
Before you go to the panel now, the panel says that they are not vetting, meaning that once you deal with the compliance, that's part of the process of vetting. Now, after you have done with the vetting, is there any person, you said that the team that you are having of capturers will then deal with the process of capturing at the same time checking whether the company is compliant or not. After they have checked that process, before they submit it to the adjudication panel, is there any process or is there any senior top management that oversees the process as to whether the junior officials have done it correctly and in line with the prescribed requirements?
Just to correct this, I had not said they verified companies at this stage. They're looking at the compliance documents. If you submitted all the documents you're supposed to submit as per requirement on page 8 of the guidelines. So I think I should monitor that. The panel, I would be the one as a deputy director, but within the whole process is overlooked by the acting chief director of cultural development. So those would be the junior manager and the senior manager in terms of this process at this time.
How do you do your vetting?
As indicated, Chair, as indicated, Honorable Member, on page 8, it lists the documents that are listed. So at this time, they checked, is there a proposal? They're not looking at the content of the proposal, but is there a proposal? Is there a tax compliance document as required? Is there a copy of ID that is certified as required? They look at all those issues that are listed on page 8. That you see, if there's no ID, then they noted that there's no ID that is supported. If there's no text, they say no, there's no text that was submitted. So the capturers, that's their role at this stage.
How do you verify compliance of a company, its legitimacy? Do you log into the CIPC site or how do you verify it?
That stage comes later. So I don't know if we need to go through the stage or should we just jump to that end?
Yeah, I want that end in particular.
Okay, at that end, when the panel is done with adjudication, The list is...
Sorry, maybe I'm lost. Which panel are you referring to? The one that it says that it does not deal with the vetting.
Yes, I was saying once they've then sent their recommended projects, remember they've adjudicated now, then there's a list of recommended projects that have been recommended. Yes, then those projects, the ones that have been recommended, those are the ones that they were spoken of that the list was published. Those ones, then they then move to the next stage. This stage is also spoken to in the guidelines, where then before the contracting stages, then all those things that you are talking about are then verified. That's where then they look into issues of like other government workers. They go in the system on the PSA to check if they're government workers. There's also the process of now verifying if all the directors are South African citizens as stated in the guidelines. So that process is then done at that stage because there is more resources available at that stage before while contracting, during the contracting stage or pre-contracting to ensure that all those matters are looked at.
Okay. Now, there are allegations of companies that are not compliant. I would like you to clarify that part in terms of what is your take. The second part that I want to check from you, now that you've got preliminary outcomes presented, what is your appeals process and what is its turnaround time?
Okay, in terms of the first part that you're speaking to, Chair, there are 3 deputy directors under MGE. So when it goes to the compliance, then the other deputy director begins to take up that role of the processing. There are more program managers. I am more on the side of the processes of through the applications, the advert. I'm assisting in that. There are other ones who can be.
Who are those 2 directors and why are they not here?
We all report to the ACD. So.
Who's the ACD?
Our chief.
Maybe we can check with the chief. Why are the 2 other directors not here? Our mama on Shavana Garanong. Was that something foreign, Yana? Or what?
She's saying that she's not part of that critical process and those 2 people are not part of the meeting. And I'm asking what are the names of those 2 people and why are they not here?
Okay, the names of the 2 officials that also work in the same section of MGE, it's Mr. Dunisan Chabalala and Mr. Dumisan Glow. I think it was an oversight on our side to bring them on board because we thought we would deal with it through here, the manager. Thank you.
The issue of the appeals process. You want to get into?
Yes, Honorable Member, I just want to add. If you look at the document that was attached to the presentation, the one I was referring to earlier on, because I just want to emphasize something. There is a process that happens upon receipt of the applications, which Ms. Alabi is talking about, where they will go through this whole list of the 5 things, are they there? So they are not looking, if there's a company registration certificate, I want to make an example, they would then add that lot into the applications that will go to the adjudicating panel. That company registration certificate doesn't go through a verification in terms of its authenticity at that particular time. So all those applications in terms of the numbers you saw in the presentation, there is somewhere where it said compliant ones, non-compliant. They would then all go to the education panel. The education panel adjudicates the business plan or the proposal. They don't look at the company registration, etc. The 154, I think it was about the 154, that they then recommended to the department to say, these are the people that meet the conditions in terms of what they were adjudicating about, in terms of the proposal itself. That will then come back. When it comes back, I'm referring to the 154, when those actually come back to us to say, these are the ones that are recommended, the teams are divided. There are people that deal with touring ventures. There are those that deal with the different categories under the CCIP program. They will then take over those. They are the ones that will then go into detail in terms of those 154 applications as recommended by the adjudicating panel. When they do that process, they would then go into checking. That is why in the report, Chair, that was presented by Mr. Tanyani, you found that there's a section there that was saying there were some that were either withdrawn or found to be not meeting the requirements in terms of the status of the company, etc. I think there's about 7 there. So that is how you will then find that there are those that are recommended by the adjudication panel, but the number reduces later on when we want to sign the MOA with a specific person. We did not bring the others, Chair, the other project manager, because I think it was a call that we made in terms of these particular people that were here will then respond to the others that they are referring to are at a level below the chief director, as she has indicated. And I think between us, we should be able to then handle the questions. If not, we will then respond in writing afterwards.
I want to, before Chair, I heard my time is over. Clear. Just the last one. I want to get clarity from. Are you saying that what the adjudication is saying is true? That they did not deal with the finalization of the process, including the verification of the legitimacy of those companies, but rather it is the department who has concluded that process. In fact, we are dealing with 2 separate processes here. There is an internal process run by the department which finalizes things, and there is the initial or the first panel that deals with verification as to whether people have submitted. Then there is an internal process that the department deals with, and that process is the one that leads to the appointment of a successful applicant. Do I get you correctly?
In a sense, but can I put it in my own ways, honorable member? There's 3 processes from how I look at it. It's the first process in terms of the verification, whether or not you submitted all these documents. It then goes through, that's the second process. They sit, they adjudicate. As Mr. Mutale was indicating, they are adjudicating per clusters, etc., etc. They will be doing fashion and design 1 weekend. When they finish it, they send it back. When they send it back, it comes back to us. We take the 154, and I'm using the specific example because I believe that was the number here. We take that whole lot that comes to them, we publicize it, because that's what the policy says. We publicize the list as recommended by the adjudication panel. Once we actually have publicized, then the third process kicks in that I'm talking about. That is where a project manager or program manager, I think that's what they are called, the program manager, they say it's Touring Ventures. He is now saying Stella Pty Ltd is one of those that have been recommended. He then goes through the particular process. What they would find sometimes, Chair, as an example, is maybe amongst the directors, there's someone who's a government employee. I'm just making that as it's only at that time that that person will then be excluded from the final listing. Amongst other things, I'm just making one of the examples around what will then exclude a person even after they've been recommended.
No, in a way you have confirmed that ultimately it is the department that...
Honorable Khabo will definitely give you another permission. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chairperson. You know, Chairperson, I think I'm going to start at the back end of the presentations that were made. I want to turn my gaze to my sister here from my hometown. And if you want to think I'm biased, I don't mind what you think. I sweep in front of my own door first. You know, Section D of the revised guidelines state that women, youth, and people with disabilities must enjoy a share of ownership and participation and employment. Now, people who are differently abled, I don't believe you are disabled, my sweetheart. You are differently abled because you are able to do quite a lot. So differently abled people must not be treated differently. They must enjoy an equal opportunity. And When I listen to my sister Lele today and she speaks about that there's no programs for them, nobody speaks on their behalf, our role is to do oversight. I want to know the submissions made versus the revised guidelines, which I've stated. Why is the submissions contradicting the guidelines? Why are these guidelines not followed? I would like a response on that, please, Chairperson.
This respond.
From the applicants.
My apologies, Chairperson. I would think that somebody from the department must give that response. Thank you.
Honorable Member, the guidelines in terms of the guiding what is included in the proposal. So the section that it's also included in the proposal that when applicants are submitting their applications, they should consider and ensure that there is participation in their proposals of women, people living with disability and youth. So I think in terms of the open call, that will be that. But I also know that in terms of MGE, because MGE has a number of work streams, open call is one of several work streams. In terms of that, in this financial year, the DG can also speak more on that. There is a budget allocation that is allocated for a program for people living with disabilities and a program for women. And equally in the department, there is a unit that is responsible for youth programs. That is over and above what is in the guidelines.
Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Honorable Member. If I got the question correctly, you're saying why are the submissions different from the guidelines? And you're talking about the submissions in terms of what people would then submit when they are asking for this funding. And I want just to, when I respond, to be sure.
Can I assist, DG, please? Can I assist? I think there's a bit of confusion. Maybe I wasn't clear enough. When I said submissions, I didn't mean a submission of a document. I mean submissions made in terms of the statements that were disposed here.
I'm trying to think of a way to answer that one. The statements that were made here by the department are different from what's in the guidelines.
No, DG, the statements, come and repeat some of oh, if you want to view it as an allegation to the department, then so be it. It has been said here that nobody speaks on our behalf. It's been said that no programs exist for artists with disabilities. And that is contradictory to the guidelines. Because the guidelines is putting it so nicely that provision is made. And here I'm told that there's no provision made. So that's the clarity I'm seeking.
Thank you, Chair. I think as was also indicated by the representative that spoke to that, the thinking of the department was more around mainstreaming than dealing with the issue in terms of differentiation.
Let's make this easy, Doc. Let's make this easy. Is there any way that the department can provide us with a document so that we can see where the people with disabilities accommodated? I think that is where it will end up.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Okay, proceed, Honourable Member.
Thank you so much. I've also just heard from a colleague there that there is a budget made available. My question is going to be very simple. That budget that you are referring to, is it an untouched budget? Is it budget still a virgin? Or has it been fiddled around with that budget money? It's been taken out of it already? Because from how I understood, the way you presented that was that there's a budget there that is put in place for people who are differently abled. So it's not been touched.
Honourable Member, there is a program, an appointed project manager for that. And I think they're making leeways. The project is going to be implemented. It's in this financial year. So there is work being done. But in terms of saying are the funds specifically for that, yes, they are specifically for that. So they will not be diverted to others. No, they are for that specific program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Chairperson, my request will be then that seeing that money is ring-fenced for people who are differently abled, that we are getting a report on how that funds are being apportioned to who, from which region, from which province, for which purposes, those type of things for us to understand. You know, there's this guy, Stevie Wonder. I tell you, one of the most beautiful songs that he sings, and for a guy who's blind to sing about a ribbon in the sky, it's just amazing. It's so phenomenal. It's just so beautiful. And that's one of God's covenants, the ribbon in the sky, the rainbow. So there is so much potential that we get from people who are differently abled if they just get the necessary support and resources to also be the Stevie Wonders with some beautiful things that will go throughout the globe for everybody to be aware of the potential that is there. So we need to give the necessary support. I want to move on to my next point. Mzansi Golden Economy talk about building on existing initiatives to elevate projects into large-scale national programs. Now, to me, that is beautiful because there is a plan. We are saying you cannot just be here, small and come in and do, no, we need to elevate you to a large-scale national plan. So I get that. So with the existing initiatives, to elevate someone, it must be a process because you start small and then you elevate. Please name the projects and how long they've been in this incubation of elevation. Because somehow there must be a dashboard. You can't say to me that it's to elevate projects into a large scale, then I must read and understand. Point out to me from my understanding those particular projects, because it's an incubation period. Show me how the baby has become an adult. Who of them, drop some names, have graduated to the level of being recognized as being achieved, the level set out to the national standard that you've put out there as a benchmark. Then I want to move on. Or can I pause there, Chairperson?
No, you can move on. Or if you would like to have a response, you're welcome also to request that.
I'm also thinking on time, maybe I must move on and then afford them, or are you okay, Chairperson?
It's fine. You
For
can
me
go
too?
on.
Okay, thank you. So let's pause there because I'm concerned about time.
No, but you have enough time. Go on.
Thank you. All right, then I'll wait for a response, and Chairperson. Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair. Can I just ask that we approach this response like this? Kia, I'm asking her to come in. The MGE strategy, and you are correct in terms of its intention, it covers more than the open call. What we're talking about today is just the open call. So in terms of the objectives of the MGE, I would like to just, in response to your question, Honorable Member, ask that Kia then takes us through what is, I don't know whether she'll be in a position to mention the actual projects and names, but if she can, she would, with the assistance of the Chief Director.
Thank you, DG.
Thank you, DG. I've tried to, maybe it's the nervousness, Chair, but there are projects that we can later give specific projects. But as the DG indicated, because there are numerous work streams within MGE, and today being the open call, what the Honourable Member is talking to is the criteria of the open call. Because when you do the open call, you send out a brief, almost a brief of the kind of project you are hoping to reach or attract. So if that statement is read, the question is asked in terms of just the open call, then it will mean that it was the brief given for the submissions that are going to be received. But if it's asked, again, as the DG was alluding, as a whole entire MGE with all the other work streams involved in MGE, I think that list can be provided, because there are, MGE doesn't have a training component as well. So there are other programs that have come on. I think in a design, maybe there was a conversation that I had with ACT the other time when they were talking about the design. I don't know if they should remember the company where that has happened as well. Maybe ACT?
Thanks, Honorable Member. Yes, as we have numerous work streams, we have had a number of projects that were very successful in the entirety of the MGE process. And I think it would be better if we can send a list of all the projects, then you can see what, yeah.
I will accept that, Chairperson. For as long as we get it, it's important for us to have oversight over that, and then we can have another bite at it at the time when we receive that. Thank you very much. Let me turn my attention to open call. No applicant is automatically entitled to funding. That's clear. My question then is, are there any applicants who receive funding more than once? If so, for how long have certain applicants received funding more than once? Which applicants receive funding the longest over this period? Who are they and how long have they been receiving? Now, I'm not going to stop there. I'm so glad, Dunati, that I admire your passion, your vigor, your appetite to stand up and fight for what you believe is right to stand up and fight for. I also heard you say that you've been around for 30 years. In the 30 years, were you a beneficiary of funding?
No, I've never been a beneficiary of funding.
You've never been? All right. What was your role then for the 30 years? What did you do?
Well, I've only applied, I think, twice. So I've never applied.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I'm not saying I've been shut out. I've never applied because I'm a support to the sector.
All right.
As an entertainment lawyer, I support the sector. Yeah. I don't necessarily apply for funding myself.
All right. But you understand the sector completely?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, people who've received funding, I need to know those, I've posed the question already. Who's received multiple times? What's the longest person that received? For how long? Who are they? We need to know who they are. And do they submit audited financials? Because that's very critical if we're giving people money. That audited financials must be submitted, because we can't come cap in hand year in after year out, year in, year out, and expect that, no, we must get money because we've been getting money for 30 years. And if there's no audited financials, if it's up to me, I would have stopped this 29 years ago. If there's no audited financials.
Honorable Daniels, I think stop there. I need a response on whether people are being funded twice.
Or more.
Or more. Is there any response from the department?
Thank you, Chair.
I'm so nervous, Chair. I don't know what's going on.
DJ, can I just have a word with you, please? Breathe in very slowly. And in with the nose, out by the mouth. There's no need to be nervous. There's really no need to have some water, please.
No. Thank you so much, Honorable Member. I must say it is my first time in Parliament, and so we did have. I was part of but it was a physical. There's a huge difference from being physical and being present. So yes, but to say that are there people who receive more than once? Yes, it does happen, because MGE does not have an exclusion in terms of how many times you can apply. So it is an annual call. It goes out annually. So I can say definitely there will be people who have received more than once. The downside to there are people who master the system, who master sending the proposal, who are able to do that. So without that exclusion of saying that if you have received so many times, do not apply, it is not there at this time for MGE. As to giving the specific list again, please can then we be afforded to also include it in the list of the people that have come through the system and grown. Then we can.
That's enough. We do have that list. That list have been supplied to us.
Okay.
But I want to pose the question in an inverse way. Have you ever give money to different companies with the same director?
Chair, are you speaking in one financial year?
I'm talking about what is on the table now.
Over the years.
Yes.
Yes, over the years.
No. What now during this time? This funding that it has been given out now.
Remember now, Chair, as the spreadsheet that was shown on the screen was showing, most of those are in contracting. And that's where, as the DG was explaining, that's where all those things are checked. But if it is found that you are a director in this company and that company, then that is also looked at because there is a clause that speaks to that in the guidelines as well. So it get looked at contracting. So the majority of those companies for now, the process is still ongoing. Usually we are able.
But how is it possible to give someone money and he's a director of this company and that company? Explain that to us.
I wouldn't say they've been given money because as AJ explained the different stages, the stage would have been a business plan was adjudicated and the business plan was recommended by the panel. Following that, during the contracting, then the scrutiny begins to look deep into the companies and who are the directors in the companies.
Thank you, that's fine.
So at that stage, it's not even that people have received their money into their accounts. It's when you are now going to sign a contract. Funds are only released after the contract has been signed and all the due diligence is done. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels.
Thank you so much. All right. I also want us to note that the chairperson is eating into my time.
I'm pressing the stopwatch.
Thank you.
Yes, if they respond, I'm pressing the stopwatch.
Let's focus on the administrative criteria. There's an automatic disqualification if certain pointers that's been set out there is not met. And we understand that you say there's no appeals processes for disqualifications. Now, disqualification is one thing. Then surely the pot is only so big or so small. There's not enough funds to give to all applicants. So it doesn't really just mean that those who were unsuccessful were disqualified. It may very well be then that is because of there's not enough funds. Not everybody generally are disqualified. Some are just unsuccessful with the application because of the limited resources. Is that assumption correct?
Again, speaking to that, I think with the, I keep saying Chair, Honorable Member, with this process of the revised call, it is true, but it's not the disqualification is not. It's more lenient than that one with the automated system. Yes, for instance, if you had not complied and submitted all the documents, even if you were to then go towards appeal, the issue would have been, but you didn't also submit the ordinary documents, so it makes it hard. That's why the first part of it is to check if all the required documents are submitted. But all the people that have submitted all the required documents and were adjudicated by the panel and were not successful at that stage, yes, they can appeal.
All right, so they can appeal. DG?
I wanted to add, yes. There are those that were disqualified, for want of a better word, during the verification process. But we still find some of them appealing. So there are those that are still appealing, not subsequent to the adjudication, but we do have, it's a smaller number, but they do appeal to say, you said I did not submit a tax clearance certificate. I'm just citing that as an example, but I did, you know. So we do have those. And then the bigger chunk would be those that appeal against the decision, because in the letter that is being written to them, it states the reason why the person was not successful or the application was not successful. So I've seen some of the letters that are saying you did not provide a cost breakdown, for instance, and the person then appeals against that decision to actually say, in my application, I actually did submit. Here is proof that I submit. So right now we are sitting with 66, as of yesterday, we're sitting with 66 appeals that cut across the board. But indeed, Chairperson, you do have, as they set through the process of adjudication, the best proposal in terms of how they adjudicate. Obviously, I'm not in the adjudication. Mr. Mutale can speak more to that. At the end of the day, there would be somebody who has submitted what they deem to be a perfect proposal. But at the end of the day, the amount of allocation in terms of budget is a final determinant as well. So they would take that into account, or we would, maybe I should put it like that. So just went a round way, but I wanted to answer your question in that.
No, thank you for that, DG. Then I want to wrap up, Chairperson. Please balance me and balance me nicely. MGE is unable to provide funding because when they send out this letters of regret, they say we regret to inform MGE is unable to provide funding, and then they cite those reasons as per Section D. Cost per job, work opportunities, you are contravening Section D. Your budget breakdown is not quantified. It doesn't indicate the cost per job or work opportunities. Then they say that is in Section D, Item 2 of your revised guidelines. It says your budget breakdown is not quantified and it does not indicate the cost per job or work opportunities. And therefore, we regret to inform you that we're unable to provide funding. And this is why it needs to be balanced. So to an applicant, you regret to inform them about their application for funding because of that. Budget breakdown not quantified. Cost per job or work opportunity is not there. But yet, you make allowance for those who got grant approval letters. You give them 21 days to submit compliance documents together with a full budget breakdown on the approved budget that's been handed to them. And this is why I need to be balanced. Because if you decline my application on the basis that I didn't give you budget breakdowns, and you approve somebody else and you give them 21 days to come back and submit compliance documents together with a full budget breakdown, how do you explain that in terms of I am being fair, I am treating everybody the same, but yet I see the contradiction in the two? I'm glad you're raising your hand. I was going to turn to the DG, so the nervousness is gone. That's good. Thank you.
No, the reason I'm raising my hand is that comes around a lot, Honorable Member. And if you look at the guidelines, they're divided into chapters. Each one has a heading. That process is a chapter that tells once a person has been approved. Remember, in the initial stages, people submit their, I always say, their happy request. They request as much as they request. The maximum is 2 million. People will then submit, majority of people for 2 million. When you are adjudicated, you were checked if your budget is broken down. So that step would have been done at that time. But you're requesting for a maximum of 2 million. Then the panel would have looked at your proposal and they would have recommended an amount. So let's say you had asked for 2 million, but you did meet that criteria. Your budget was broken down for you to have gotten the stamp from the panel. That will mean that you had asked for 2 million, but then the panel recommends, looking at the proposal, they perhaps recommend that you get 1.2 million. Then that part that you are talking to, Chair, speak to, you have now been awarded. You had asked for 2 million, you are now being awarded 1.2. Therefore, there is a need to then resubmit if you are accepting the 1.2. And if you are to resubmit, how now you are going to rework what was initially 2 million and rework it to 1.2. In that stage, some people we've seen in the past, other people will say, my idea cannot be done with what you are giving me. So I'm not able to rework it. Because if you look at the nature of most, not all, I must say this, Honorable Member, of cultural and creative industry projects, they're almost like weddings. You can have a wedding for 10,000, you can have a wedding for 100,000 rands. So in this case, what is happening is that they're almost asking you to downscale. So are you able to do that? And then are you able to then resubmit? And this is also standard. If you were to benchmark, by the way, Chairperson, with all grant, you will see that the process of resubmitting to align to what you've been given is there. So the submission you are talking to is a person now submitting in alignment to the grant amount that has been the offer that has been put on the table. Having had met all those criteria now on the amount that you have been given, because most of the adjudication, like in this case, in this financial year, even though the maximum amount is 2 million, I don't believe there was a person who was awarded a full grant amount. So which means then there will have to be a need for them to then resubmit that. Also the issues of because of the life cycle as well of the application from the staging to the end. A company can be tax compliant now, but by the time they have to redo the document, a lot has happened and they are not. So now they have to submit that. A bank account could have been closed again, which we have seen happen as well. From the time when they submitted to the time when now they have to be going into contracting. Maybe something happened, lack of funds or whatever reason, the bank account is closed. So now they have to resubmit. They submit no, it's not a resubmit this one, they submit. So if you look at the headings of those guidelines in that chapter, you will say that it does guide and it does talk to that's after you have gone there during the contracting. But it does come out a lot. People thinking that it's a whole new submission.
Thank you so much. Honorable Daniels, you have less than 4 minutes left.
Chairperson, I will gladly sponsor my 4 minutes to somebody else. I want to note, Chairperson, that I've been answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Potgieter. We will be able to do another member after Honorable Potgieter before lunch.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the presenters as well as the members of the arts and culture sector, which I enjoy, but I'm not a part of. So thank you for your service. Chair, if I can ask the members of the adjudication panel whether or not, and granted that there are only 2 of them here, if possibly the ones that are not present can provide this response in writing. But can they confirm whether or not any of them hold or have recently held positions in any political party structure?
The panel.
If I may respond to that, yeah, it's no secret that I am a member of a political party. In fact, that is a right enshrined in our constitution, in particular, Section 9 of...
If I may, I just asked the question. I didn't ask for an explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Mutale. Honorable Potgieter.
Yes, thank you. Chair, what I would like to get to is I'd like to understand, and perhaps maybe I can explain from my point of view. The Constitution dictates impartiality, transparency, and accountability. It also regulates political appointments in order to uphold these principles. The public service regulations contain conflict of interest protocol with respect to an independent review panel requirements, and we've also got the Public Service Commission, which deals with the code of conduct. What I'm trying to understand is whether or not any of the members of the panel are members of political parties and what details, or if they can provide the details of that membership. Thank you.
Yeah, if I may respond to the honorable member, and to be specific, I'm a member of the Patriotic Alliance, and at the same time,
All the honorable members.
I am responsible on a volunteering basis for their public relations. I don't do any paid work for the Patriotic Alliance. Thank you.
Chair, if I may, I'm not sure if the other member is willing to answer, but if we can get written responses from the entire adjudication panel in this respect, which perhaps maybe I must give a chance for the other member online.
Mr. Molefe.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, the honorable member. Yes, I'm an activist in Kagiso, in Gauteng, and I'm the member of the ANC.
Thank you, Chair.
There's another member of the panel.
Chair. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair, honorable member. Yes, we are three of the panel present today. So yes, I am also an activist. I'm an artist. Been here for 35 years. So that is my few cents. Thank you.
Honorable Practitioner.
Thanks, Chair. Can I ask then if these political party positions and their role within these organizations was formally declared as a potential conflict of interest when they took positions on the adjudication panel?
Can the honorable member please substantiate what constitutes a conflict of interest there?
When joining a committee or even if it's an HR panel, if there's a potential conflict of interest, it must be declared at the beginning of the meeting. So what I'm asking is, it doesn't say that there is a conflict of interest. It says that there is a potential for a conflict of interest. And by declaring that potential, you then safeguard yourself from any, further activities that happen after that. So what I'm asking is whether or not any of the members formally declared a potential conflict of interest due to their membership or active participation in political parties.
I did not declare me myself specifically. I didn't declare any conflict of interest because there was none.
Mr. Molefe.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair. I did not declare, I don't have any conflict of interest because I'm not an active leader of the ANC. I'm participating in the panel as an activist, as a businessman, also a person who has been involved in the youth development space for many years. And for the record, to the honorable member, when I was the chairperson of the NYDA, I'm the part of the people who were part of the consultation within the sector and the industry on the establishment of the Mzansi.
We are happy with the response, the Honorable Practitioner.
Thank you, Chair. This leads me to my question to the department. And I do stress that, potential for conflict of interest is not a conflict of interest. It must be declared. And I think perhaps maybe that there is a gap in the department with why these things are declared. I've had to do it several times when sitting on HR panels, etc., in municipalities, because there is a potential for conflict. But I'd like to understand from the department, did you conduct any formal conflicts of interest vetting for any of the adjudicators? And if so, can you provide full details and the corresponding forms that relate to this?
No, the answer is no, we didn't.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to understand the criteria for the selection of the current adjudicators, and were there any independent bodies involved in confirming the integrity of the appointments?
And they were handpicked. TSEC? I think they've indicated they were handpicked.
Okay, handpicked as in the minister selected them?
Yes.
Directly, okay.
The Department of Sport, Arts and Culture respond to that? Rephrase your question, Honourable Member.
So, if I can, Chair, the minister hand selected. There was no criteria for the selection of the for the adjudicators. it was purely done by the minister. Does that make it clear?
Yes, they were handpicked by the and the names were submitted by the minister. But I believe the minister looked, as I said earlier on, looked at the kind of competency that he was looking for, and you can see it in the profile.
But there's no official guideline, policy, or criteria that was utilized to select them.
No, honourable member.
All right. Thanks, Chair. I think that concludes that line of questioning. I'd just like to ask, with regards to the disqualification of NPCs, did this happen because they were not registered with the Department of Social Development?
Sorry, was it?
The allegation that NPCs were disqualified because they were not registered with the Department of Social Development, did that happen?
Yes, it happened, ma'am. If you go to the page 8 of the guidelines, when the call was publicized, it says that trust and NPCs must be registered with DSD. So there was that in the guidelines.
And where did that legal requirement come from?
When we did our roadshows and we consulted with DSD, this one, of course, there is an act, it was amendment. And my fellow colleague did quote it correctly. But what happens is that because our sector is a key sector that is also labeled in recommendation 8 of the grey listing, there was a need to also look at the sector and do a risk-based evaluation as well, to have a risk-based approach to it. And in terms of a risk-based to it, inherently, the arts and culture sector cuts across borders and nations. We do know that. So inherently looking at that, this was a risk-based approach. And because with touring ventures is simple, because we do support people traveling internationally. So it is applicable. With the CCIP, it's less risk, but because it's an open work stream as well, to allow for innovation and creativity, and it's an open category that at times there can be an element of people engaging with their fellow party in other countries or having that element to it. So this was a risk-based approach when it comes to the CCIP.
But can I understand the legality behind it? Because the claim is that they were disqualified on the basis of not being registered with the Department of Social Development, which was not a legal requirement. So what was the basis that the department applied that legal requirement?
Ma'am, there were two, because it was in the guideline. The guideline get publicized for everybody to be able to respond to the call, one. But two, as well, if I just explained, looking at the nature of the sector we work in, there was a need when there was an amendment to do a risk-based analysis. Remember, with every department now, they even have a risk unit, because with your work, you are entitled to always be doing a risk analysis.
I hear what you're saying.
So that's where it came from. So that's how I was explaining that it is a risk-based analysis based on our sector, and this was also in partnership with the DSD department.
I hear you.
Yes.
Sorry, Chair, I hear you. But what I'm not understanding, because for me, the law is clear. Policies are clear. I can go and look them up and I understand them and I then go about my business. But if, for example, the bank decides to change criteria and it is not part of legislation or approved processes, how would I know that that has become outside of your guidelines? It's not a legal requirement. So I'm trying to understand. I'm not in the industry. I will never make this application because I'm not at that level. But I want to understand why were they excluded based on a risk analysis that is available where? On a process or policy that is available where? That's what I'm trying to understand.
The risk analysis is based on the Amendment Act. And the recommendation 8.
Just a second. Can I just get order? Can we give the member of parliament to ask the question and let there be quietness? Also, if there's a response and there are people who are not happy with the response, respect the response. Let's do this by respecting also the decorum of this house. Proceed. You may proceed.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think I'm responding to that, ma'am, to say that with the guidelines, first, we know that guidelines are issued with open call, so everybody can know what are the requirements. However, I'm saying that in partnership with DSD, because they are doing roadshows looking into that space following the Amendment Act. And then they came to us because our sector is one of the sectors that has been tabled there by name, cultural activities. So then there is a need to also look at it and do a risk-based analysis, looking at the nature of our work specifically. So as indicated, this is a risk-based approach, so that even when they present the case, I think that the audit will happen again in this September for the grey listing. They are able to not only show, remember with every audit, even our standard audit that comes from a Director General, you must always have a risk-based approach to your work as well. So this is a risk-based approach.
I'm understanding you very clearly. What I'm just trying to get at is that it appears to be unfair if the legal requirement is that only an NPC that does work overseas, if that's the way I understood it, is required to be registered with the department. That you've now done a risk assessment that makes this requirement more stringent even on NPCs that work within the country only. So all I'm saying is perhaps maybe look at the criteria that you've imposed on them, because it is not legally required. The legal requirement is that if you do business outside the country, you have to be registered. But now, based on your assessment or engagement with the Department of Social Development, you've now created this, this risk or criteria that is not part of legislation. That's really what I'm trying to understand. But I do get your explanation. Thanks, Chair. Are you?
No, I think what I wanted to acknowledge what the member is saying, and to say that we will look at that and ensure that in our guidelines we align ourselves to legislation. But it was as indicated, it was just a risk-based approach. But we are willing to look at that and consider that we don't breach the law in whatever we're doing. Thank you.
Then I would like to understand, Chair, just the cluster meetings that happen. Are there minutes or recordings or, because, it's a very serious allegation that they are not inclusive. Public participation is the corner of our constitution, and it has become a tick box exercise. And we've all done it, and it's happened across, various spheres of government. But when we stop listening and we just start doing, things become problematic. It's how you end up in, dictatorships and all sorts of weird and wonderful places. So it's very important to listen. And I'm trying to understand, allegations of this nature need to be substantiated or confirmed. Are there minutes available or recordings of those meetings so that we can maybe assess for ourselves whether or not they are inclusive or they are following a top-down approach? Because I do think it's very important that those particular processes are inclusive.
With regards to the cluster meetings, there are recordings and meeting minutes that come out of all the meetings that we've had, starting from the boss Berat with the minister. And even when the clusters themselves have meetings, they do have those minutes.
There are minutes coming out and the recording coming out of the August boss Berat in terms of what happened there. The follow-up meeting was in October, and that one again, there are minutes pertaining to that, which was a follow-up meeting coming out of the boss Berat. And then the third meeting was in April, early April, where Minister then met with all. At the time, there were 16 clusters, and they asked for the 17th cluster, which is arts education, and it was added.
Dr. Kumalo, so we accept the fact that there was minutes. That's fine.
That's giving specifics.
The member want the possibility to send those minutes, and can we share those minutes with the practitioners as well? Good.
With the committee secretariat change, you can circulate further.
Thanks, Chair. Just two last things. The second last one is, from what I understood, you said the initial process was automated and then the new call became manual. Is that correct? Was there a reason you went from, digital to now manual, which seems to me a bit of a backwards, in terms of our tracking to the fourth industrial revolution, which should be the fifth industrial revolution, and et cetera and so forth. But why are we going back to manual processes? Sorry, I'm not looking at anyone in particular. Whoever can answer me.
I think, ma'am, in the letter that was said, it was also attached in the submission that's labeled for the 7th. There are a number of reasons that are stated there of going, the reason for doing the recall and the revised call. And the manual, I think one of the things that we observed, managing also the call center, is there is no consensus even within the sector, whether the manual or the current system that we have managed by CETA is a better option. So if you go through our conversation with the department or emails, even through the MGE, the kind of comments come in. There are many people who are displeased with the CETA electronic process that we have, but equally so there are many people who are opposing the manual. But at the time, the decision I think might have been informed by those who were saying that the CETA portal is not so user-friendly, and who had a lot to say about the portal, who were not pleased with it.
Be quick. We issue our call in November, October, November, and it's for the next financial year. And the reason why we do that is because we've been asked by Treasury to allow time before the commencement of a new financial year because of all these rigorous processes of item creation, etc. As the new financial year kicks in, then it delays. Now, that call went out beginning of November, and it was further extended. It was end of December, the date in terms of when the due applications must be submitted. It was again extended to January. So it took 2 months. Soon after that, the panel started meeting. In February, the panel then approached us through the minister to actually say they were very worried about the quality of what they were getting, etc., because we had changed the format, as was said in the presentation. And at that time, they had not concluded all the adjudication process. We asked that they complete the adjudication because we were saying perhaps when they conclude the process, they might see a different picture emerging from the adjudication process, which they did. Which is why then, at the time when they concluded, they came back, the minister had a meeting with the chairperson, we were there, where the chairperson then briefed the minister about the concerns of the adjudication. At that time, it was already in March, and we had to find a way that would actually make it possible for us coming the new financial year to stay within the financial year because that's the allocation for that new financial year, allowing time for applications, etc. Beside what Ms. Alabi is saying, because indeed, when we issued the call in November, we had quite a number of complaints around the access, the freezing. The system is run through CETA, and it was freezing all the time, according to the complainants that we were getting. So we had to make a call. The initial call was, let us allow in each and every province for people to come and bring their own applications manually, given the time that we were sitting in at that particular time in March. And we got representation again from the sector to say access to these places for someone who is in the, trying to find an example in my head, it would be difficult for them to get to, for instance, the Playhouse in Durban. Hence, we opened up the email.
I think, DG, sorry to interrupt. I think it's very clear. I don't have an issue with it. I think you should open both manual and electronic processes, but your processes should be monitored through an automated system, because that ensures that there's no tampering, that there's no, and I'm trying to understand the decision to go completely from automated to manual, which for me creates a flawed process in itself and brings into question, and my colleague Honourable Kabo has highlighted to me the meeting in June, where they've requested forensic investigations into the allocation or selection of beneficiaries. And it seems to me you're going backwards in your selection processes instead of forwards using digital technology, which would also alleviate the concerns from a lot of the applicants. To be able to see in real time exactly what was going on. Now it's kind of all happening behind the scenes. The call by the adjudication panel to go manual because it doesn't sound good. Whether it is or it isn't is irrelevant. It just, on the face of it, it doesn't sound good. So I would suggest that possibly, and this goes, I mean, the same meeting we had yesterday, Chair, was the NFVF. You see, I'm having more. The Film and Video Foundation. The same sort of issues as the transparency and ability to see in real time what's going on. I mean, I pulled off the beneficiaries on the website, and one thing that's very clear is that there's no company registration numbers there. You can't really check them. Some of them, it doesn't appear that they exist because they've got no footprint anywhere. And a number of them, the first two actually that I searched, are in deregistration. So there is definitely an issue with the transparency of the process coming out. For me, that list should include company registration numbers, details of where you can find their companies. Well, if you have the company registration number, you can look up the directors immediately. And I have a free thing to Biz Portal, which is your CIPC. It's very easy to do. But you can't do that because 90% of the people on that list you can't find. And that is not a transparent process. So if you're going to publish with the details so people can see what's going on. But I think, there were a number of things that, Honourable Kabo actually pointed out from the June meeting, Chair, where, forensic investigations were going to be done and documents and et cetera were going to be provided. I don't know if that's been provided, but I certainly don't have copies of them in the documents that the Secretary sent to us. So if possibly we can go back in time and just, kind of start putting all the pieces together. Otherwise, I feel we're going to have the same meeting in 3 months' time and, be going back in the past. But that's all for me. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Potgieter, for also mentioning the list. What I will do while you were mentioning it, I would invite members who have concerns on the list, because I also have my own list. And that is what I was asking. I also went, and at sometimes you just find a plot number, not a street, a plot number. So when you go and Google search, in the past we only found a piece of land. So that needs to be interrogated in terms of our oversight role as this committee. I also see a number, but I want to invite members to send in and to go for them, seek for themselves, to investigate that list and to see. And on the list that I have of members that have received monies, we have something called some youth festival, youth gospel. And this is what we want to see, because you got your art club festival, you have very other festivals. Now there's just a gospel, 2 or 3 groups that has been assisted. So we must broaden these invitations. We must broaden it. The very same list I found a director, this company, a director, that company. We will compile this list and we will ask clarification on this list. And something, as the chairperson of this portfolio committee, that bothers me a lot is the geographical spread. And someone can't just boast it is only GP and KZN. I see there's a little developments, Honourable Molatani, in Free State. But I want to invite members, I'm going to give an opportunity to everyone to go through this list, to interrogate this list and ask seeking clarity questions. CPIC, we don't find them, but they're on the list, and there's millions on this list. Honourable Molatani, I'm going to give you an opportunity. It seems that we will do one more than you. Then we will have, if you can try and do the 3 members that is here in person, then we will have the members on the hybrid platform. The Honourable Molatani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I want to start with the issue of the panel. I think here it's only 3 panel members who are present on the hybrid, and others are not present on the hybrid. It's only 2 members who are on the hybrid. I still want to, I don't know whether it's 2 or 3, whatever number that is on the hybrid. I still want to say that we need those panel members physically here. We cannot be told today that they are businessmen and so forth. When they were appointed, they did know that at some stage they will have to come and account to the parliament. And we cannot be given such an excuses, whereas we are sitting here with a complaint or dissatisfaction that we need to resolve as the parliament together with the DSEC. I think for us to have this meeting on the 10th of June, we have this meeting of Mzansi Golden Economy. And I'm not sure if chairperson, I went through the minutes as well as the resolution. Number one, I will start with resolution 1 of that meeting. DSEC was supposed to provide a list of all funded flagship program. The due date was 25 June. I'm not going to go through all the resolution. Number 2, DSEC should provide a forensic report on all NPC that DSEC relies solemnly on government. The same due date was 25 of June. Number 3, DSEC should provide forensic report on individuals and or companies that received funds and how funds were spent. When you go to resolution number 9, independent forensic report on departmental official who benefited directly or indirectly from the MGE. And also the due date was 25th of June. Lastly, government should provide accelerate implementation of the South African Cultural Observatory SACO review recommendation, particularly regarding the funding this diversification and economy system development. I'm saying that after hearing what I can't remember the name, Leletu has just said. It is painful what Leletu has to go through as an visually impaired someone. We can't be treating our disabled people like that, a chairperson. Again, regarding the issue of the panel, the DG has just confirmed that the panel was handpicked by the minister. And I remember we know as the portfolio that the panel was appointed in December. I was thinking that when said it was appointed, there was all these processes of advert, applying, shortlisting, interviewing, and so forth. It was handpicked. Let us now change it not to appointed. The panel was handpicked in December 2025, chairperson. Given that the DG has just confirmed that, I just want to raise this question to DG. Did DG advise minister when minister was doing this, that it's going to have the legal implication on this decision? When he handpicked, did the DG advise minister that it's going to have the legal implication, DG?
No, honorable member, because there is no legal implication in this case, because in terms of the policy that dictates the transfers and funding, there is nothing that dictates the format of appointment of the panel members.
You know, chairperson, I think I will raise this issue that to me, this panel definitely it needs to be dissolved, or in fact it needs to be dissolved. There is no other term that I can say, because it can be handpicked, chairperson. Really it can be. Does it represent the interest of the artist? Does it represent the interest of people who are supposed to benefit? Or does it represent certain group of people? I think Chair, the same thing that we were asking yesterday on the film, what, NV? Yes, the same thing that we were asked, that the board that has been appointed, does that board have the people who are in that art industry, who can be able to judge based on knowing the industry very well, not bringing me, who has never been in an art industry. And Chair, let me also pass to these applications. The total number of applications, Mr. Zanyani, it's 2,823. And then out of that, only 125 were approved. And then 2,698 were rejected, were failed, whatever, they fall in that category. How possible it is, it's not even half of the applications that were approved. 125 compared to 2,823. It's just not even a drop in an ocean, Chairperson. And on top of that, on this 125, how much has the department spent to fund? And what is the total budget of this MGE? I will just wait there to get the answers.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, on slide number 14, the total approved 152. Yes, if you look at the total number of applications, 152 is really not even 10% of what was approved. That is acknowledged. However, there are certain factors that would make that situation. And the total value of the transfers currently is standing at 24,931,992 because the transfer of funds goes in tranches. So there's two tranches that go. The last tranche goes after the successful meeting of reporting obligation by the applicant or the successful applicant. The total MGE funding allocated amount is 275,928. Not only for open call, it's for everything. Yes, 275,928. But so far the spend, the total spend currently is 24 million. And I think maybe Kia can assist in terms of the reasons of applications.
No, it's fine. The member just want to know how much is spent. As long as it wasn't on bakkies and trucks. And, yeah, and there should be.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think, Chairperson, I will be, if Mr. Zanyani can assist us with the list of all beneficiaries, as well as the amount.
Honourable Member, my humble apologies. There is a list. It has been sent.
Okay.
Yeah. No, the only thing that is outstanding, and I would like the department to respond on your question, is the issue surrounding the submission of the forensic audit. If the department can just respond on that. The list definitely yes, we received that.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to check with the department, Chairperson, because yesterday I remember I've raised the issue of where the department did come up with an extension on the appointment of the board. When they found out that only it's how much? I want my numbers. Only that small number, 225, have been approved out of 283. 125 have been approved out of 2,800 and have approved. Okay, it's fine. What did the department do based on that? They've seen it's a huge number of applicants, and then it's a small number of approved beneficiaries. What did they do so that we cannot find ourselves in this situation where it's a certain portion of number that has been approved, but we have a huge number of people who have applied? What did they do? Why did they say that let's go back, let's open this, and then, or else let's check those maybe who are missing one or two documents to say that we are giving you a grace period that within this time you must have brought these documents so that you can be approved. I think I was trying to check my emails, Chair. We have so many complaints of people who, I will just check, I'll even submit it later, of one artist who said to me, I was sent a letter that I've been approved, and then later he received an email again that saying that it was a mistake, you are not being approved. I remember I had that email, and that artist is from Soweto. I'm not staying in Soweto. I don't know that artist. He just got my email or on the department website, and he said to me, I was approved. I said, send me all the documents. At least I can be able to raise issue on the documents that I'm busy reading. I'm approved, and then later disapproved. It was a mistake. I don't understand how does it happen, Mr. Zanyan. Can I have a clarity on that?
Thank you, Chair. Among the list that has been supplied, we indicated earlier on about the issue of when we are doing those quality checks. There are applications which were sent letters that they were funded, but subsequently that was withdrawn because of various reasons. One of them, as mentioned here, is the issue that if a person works for the state or one of the directors in that company is a foreign national. So there are those instances where there were reasons given that why the funding has been withdrawn. On the one that honorable member is speaking about, I think we would need to be finished with that because at this stage, we are not aware of that particular dispute. And I think that if we can be finished with it so that at least we are able to look at that concern and the matter. And I think the other comments that the member has raised are noted as concern. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mzansi. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I will submit that email. I'll just go through my email and check it. I just want to check also regarding this, the administration of MGE. Does the DSEC have the capacity to manage the MGE? Why is MGE with so many, or why is it having so many challenges if the DSEC has the capacity to manage it?
DSEC, please respond carefully on that one.
Look, the DG will also help me on this one. And I think capacity is a challenge, not just in terms of competencies, but also in terms of human resources. And as a department, I think that members would be aware that after the merger, the department is still to finalize the issue of the structure of the department. And therefore, there is that under allocation of resources in relation to various areas in the department, and MGE is not exempt to that one. And coming to the issue of challenges, Chair, and I think there's no project that would not have challenges, especially when you are dealing with funding issues. We are not saying that it's allowed to have challenges, but we are in this space where we are supplying funding, and obviously there would be that unhappiness which we acknowledge, which may arise from the systems that we may be using, the criteria that we may be using, and also maybe even the time frames that we have to adhere to in providing funding. And I think it stems from that partly, yes, capacity is a challenge, but also that there is a lot of expectation out there in terms of the work that we have to do as a department on funding the beneficiaries. Thank you.
The answer is there is challenges and capacity.
Yes, Chairperson. But on that challenging capacity, when did they realize that they have a challenging capacity, and what is their plan in resolving that challenge? Because the minute that you are aware that you are having a challenge, you need to have a plan B how to resolve that challenge. So can the DSEC tell us what is their plan to resolve that challenge capacity they are having? They cannot come here and say that, yes, we have a challenge. What did they do? Because they know that they are having a challenge.
No, we realized that there is a challenge a few years ago, and I think perhaps those that were there even before me would have realized a process of the development of a revised and realigned organization structure was embarked on, because the structure of the chief directorate was not responsive to being able to execute the mandate. I am aware that the minister has approved the revised structure a few weeks ago or a week ago. However, it doesn't mean that the structure can be implemented, because the processes require that the structure then goes to DPSA. But also the filling of those positions would possibly also take time. Now, the structure itself is not going to be a solution to issues of capacity. What we did in the last 2 years, Honorable Member, upon realization of insufficient capacity, we did appoint on contract project coordinators. That's what we refer to. But the project coordinators were more to deal with the tracking of the projects, because that's where we were also having quite a serious problem with the process of coordination and tracking. However, we have also realized that there is over-reliance on CETA in terms of the system utilization is concerned, because when we needed to go back to the system each time, as I had said earlier on, there were several problems, because the system has to stay open and active throughout the process of those particular project administration. So we are considering, and I think the colleagues are putting together a document just to engage with the minister with regard to how we can align with the NAC grants management system. However, Chair, it's not a cut and dried solution, because we are also aware that NAC is experiencing its own challenges. However, they've got a grants management system, whereas we do not have that kind of a system. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. If you allow me to continue.
Please do.
Yes. I just want to check, has the DSEC considered the recommendations outlined in the South African Cultural Observatory Review, evaluation of the Mzansi Golden Program, Mzansi Golden Economy Program of 2023, regarding the open calls and funding of the CCIs. One of the recommendations refer to target calls to support women, persons with disabilities, rural people, and other unrepresented groups in the cultural and arts sectors. These target calls can provide opportunities in the following ways, Chair. It's only two ways: address funding and support, address historical imbalances and inequalities within the sector. Has the DSEC considered those recommendations of the South African Cultural Observatory Review of 2023?
DSEC.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, I think what we can say is that we are looking at the recommendations. Without being specific, MGE is one of the programs that we are beginning to look at carefully because of the challenges that we are experiencing. And I think DG has mentioned the issue of looking at the issues like the GMS that the NAC has. But we are looking at reviewing how we are going to implement MGE going forward, taking into account the recommendations that SACO has made, because those are the prerogatives that we have to meet. In actual fact, even government requires us to look at that. So we cannot even run away from those recommendations, but it is something that, Honorable Member, we are looking at to ensure that we address these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
You have 7 minutes.
Yes. Chairperson, lastly, I think I'm still going to raise the issue of the panel. We need a follow-up meeting where the panel is present physically here, Chairperson. We cannot be sitting here talking about something and people are busy minding their own business somewhere where they are. I just want to check with the DSEC. Does the panel get paid per sitting or per month, and it's how much?
DSEC.
Chair, can we just check the figures, but it is per sitting.
Yes, it is as per the Treasury regulations for such committees. But I can check that.
Yeah, can you provide that? Because we met with NFVF yesterday. The figures that has been given is far beyond the Treasury regulations. And when you look at Treasury regulations, we look at 5,000 a day, something to that effect, for persons, chairpersons and all of that.
Chair, they are not the same.
I understand, but can we have these ones?
Yes, I think these ones, they are in terms of TR20, if I'm not mistaken. We just want to give you the correct figure, Chair, not to Damsak.
Okay, while they are looking, Honorable Moletsani, while you were speaking about the panel, and I saw Honorable Potgieter wanted to say something about the panel as well, but I'll come back to her. You can proceed, you still have some minutes.
Yes, Chairperson, I want to know how much are we paying this panel? And up to so far, since from the 10th of December, when the 11th of December, when they were handpicked, how many times did that panel sit? And one thing that I've heard when the DSEC was doing the presentation was that for this panel to finish all those applications, it was something like 7 to 8 weeks. And how much did we spend on that 7 to 8 weeks? That has only come up with 152 approvals. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we're still looking.
Yes, I have the rate for the chair. We're just looking for the member, but for the rate for a chairperson is 4,446.
Per day, or is it per
sitting.
sitting?
It's per sitting.
That is the regulation of Treasury. I've seen it as a table. Okay. Happy?
4,446. And then for the normal member, it's 2,698.
I think it also said for 5 hours, the regulations, or is it the whole day? 8
Yeah,
hours.
that's the day, yeah.
I just want to know how many meetings did they sit as the panel, and how much in total did we spend on them to get this 152 approved applicants?
And those meetings they attend, they don't want to attend these ones.
Yes, those
we
meetings they attend because it's where they are being paid, which is unfair, Chairperson. And I'm still going to say it. Follow-up meeting with the panel here, physical Chairperson. Failing for them to come, they can just send in their resignation letters.
Chair,
proceed.
May I request that we do a consolidation of meetings on this one, so that we can submit to the committee?
Okay, we still have Friday till 3:30. It's not over and above members. I think there's an outcry. They want to know.
Okay.
I think after 3:30, by the latest 3:30, we can get it information.
Chairperson.
We'll just check with the office so that they can send us.
Chairperson, the chair of the board is online. He can just tell us how many meetings did.
Mr. Mutale, I forgot. Mr. Mutale?
Good afternoon again, Chair. The remuneration, I think the department will expatiate on that. We don't meet for a day and go back home. What we did and what the department did was for us to meet for quite a number of days to finish the job. It's not like a board meeting. So we are not having meetings today and then next week. No, that is not how it worked. We made it a point that we work on a daily basis.
Point of order. My question is straight and clear. How many times did the board sit? Full stop.
I indicated earlier that we did a 7 to 8 week job.
I can't get that.
Chairperson, we said for 7 to 8 weeks. We are sitting on a weekly basis, not on a daily basis. So it's plus minus 7 weeks that we worked for.
Are you implying 7 weeks times 4,000 a day?
And Chair, maybe whilst you are still wondering, it is not that much. If people maybe have the impression that we went all the way smiling to the bank, it is not like that.
No, Mr. Steve Mutale.
Yes, Chairperson.
Members are dealing here with oversight.
Yeah, I understand.
We interrogate and ask questions on expenditure of taxpayers.
I understand, Chair. I understand the important role that you play.
Please don't take it personal.
Chairperson, you know we've been sitting here listening to Mr. Mutale harassing us since from this morning. And it can't be right for us sitting here as the members of parliament to be harassed by a panel member who was handpicked. It can't be right, Chairperson. And we've been quiet, thinking that at some stage he will realize that he is been harassing us. I think all the members who have passed before me, they've asked questions, and the way he answered the question, you can hear that he is a very angry man. I'm not sure what is the reason for Mr. Mutale to be part of the panel, knowing very well that when we came to raise the issues, he's going to be angry, Chairperson. It can't be right. And I'm still insisting we want Mr. Mutale and the whole board physically here. Thank you, Chair.
Let me do this ruling.
Chairperson.
Let me do this ruling, Mr. Mutale. Before 3, we will, between yourself as the chairperson of the panel and DSEC, get the amounts of days. We do have it now, more or less, and the amounts been paid to panel members. You have
Can I
2
say
minutes
something,
left.
Chair, with your permission?
Yes, please do.
I want to say to the honorable member, if I came across as harassing and angry, that was not my intention. I humbly apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Mutale.
Apology accepted.
We are department.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Chair, Kia, who's working with the panel, does have the information, but I think we just request that he's gonna log on to, like right now she's doing that. And I think after lunch, then we can be able to have the exact, because the payments are coming from the department. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair. If they can be able to submit that, because with this everything is impossible. We are still waiting for the recommendation of the 10th of June to submit information. Even till today, we haven't received anything. That would be my submission. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. It is 13:15. I will adjourn for lunch, then we will come back, and then, or you want to go after lunch? Is it fine? Because we still have honorable members on the hybrid system that also would like to engage. No, honorable member. Sometimes you sit in the position where I give you first the opportunity. Members and guests, we're going to adjourn, and we will be back 1:30, 13:30. Huh?
15 minutes.
Okay. 1:45.
Chair, can't we do?
1:45. Oh, let's do it 2:00. It's fine. You want it. You want to stay. Yeah, there's a proposal from the DM. There's a proposal from the DM, and I think that's fair. Let's have a working lunch, and we will start in 20 minutes. Yes. It's not about the GNU, now it's about the EFF's proposal. still have 3 members on the platform, and we have 2 members. Have you, MK, EFF, did you sort out who's going to speak first? We talk about JNU and we talk about progressive partners. Gone. Take on, it was Honorable Khabo and Honorable Daniels. Daniels. Okay, I'm going to give Honorable Mataung the opportunity. Welcome, honorable members on the hybrid platform. We still have 2 members that is in person, and then we are going to move over to the hybrid platform, and then we give another bite for 1 or 2 minutes for each member to wrap up. Then we will have a closure word recommendations and the way forward. So I would request members to be firm in their questioning so that makes us able to have all the necessary information what we want. The Honorable Mataung.
Thank you so much, Chair. And I hope everyone received their lunch and drank their cold drinks. The first thing that I wanted to start with, Chair, is regarding the CETA accreditation that the Motale spoke about, that the artists, when they do an application for performing art, and if they want to do workshops and everything, they need to be CETA accredited. So I want him to tell us why they need to be CETA accredited, because of, with my understanding, when you talk about CETA accreditation, you're talking about something else. So it's not aligned with the MGE. So that's the first one. If you maybe can answer me on that before I proceed.
Response from the department.
Thank you, Honorable Member, and thank you, Chair. The issue of accreditation with CETA, I think the Honorable Member got it wrong. It was raised by my fellow panelist, Mr. Molefe. Maybe you'll respond to it. Thank you.
Honorable Mataung.
We're waiting for Mr. Molefe to respond.
He did respond.
Okay, since as well Mr. Molefe is not on the thingy. So, again, I think the problem here lies with the minister, because of it seems like we chose a minister who doesn't understand the creative sector. The minister doesn't understand how the creative sector works. We have different clusters. The only cluster that he knows as a minister is to spin the cars, nothing more. So I wish the minister was here so that he will be able to answer himself, because of, it seems like everyone that he has chosen, it was like more handpicked. So it raised eyebrows to me to say, all of these guys that were chosen, do they really have an experience in the creative sector? That one is questionable. So we just need to find out if all these guys that are working with the minister, we can start from DSAC, moving to NAC, NFVF, GPF, all of them. Because of all these people, when you look at the cluster that we have, we're talking about theater. When we talk about theater, Market Theater is dead today. There's nothing creative that is happening there. When we talk about, we used to have a thing called Arts Alive Festivals, which is, it used to round off all these clusters under one roof. The reason why, again, I was asking about the CETA accreditation, because of in the Arts Alive festivals, you'll get theater practitioners who are specializing in certain departments or in different clusters, who will teach these young ones. If maybe they want to dance, they will teach them how to dance. If it was fine art, they will teach them fine art. If it was this, it was going to be that. Until at the end of the day, at the end of the festival, that's when all the musicians and everyone will come on together and present what they have. TISAC killed that. We no longer have that. We only have music festivals. And I want to know again, whenever it comes to the disability, you know, I think I asked this question even yesterday to say, why are we closing down the disability community out? In each and every, is it because of they don't understand their language? Because I know a disabled person is having a sixth sense. So if you don't understand him or her, he will want to push you to that extent that you need to understand that this is what I want. You know, and we're not talking only about the blind. We're talking about the guys who doesn't have limbs. We're talking about a deaf person. You know, when you talk about your applications and everything, have you ever considered that? No. Same applies to our departments. At the present moment, we don't have anyone that knows how to do sign how to sign. One of those things. I believe that you guys, DSEC, you don't understand your departments. It seems like everything that is a department is holding, like your MGE is conducting, you want to be part of it. So you guys are contradicting yourselves. So you don't know maybe what is your mandate. The application forms, they cannot go to you because of you don't understand the entity. Maybe you need to give us a formation to say, what is your mandate in regarding to all these entities? It could be your sports, could be your arts, could be all of that, NEC and everyone. Do you know these people? Are they competent or not? Then in December, there was a 9 million funding that you guys said they need to be funding for 9 million. People started putting their applications and everything. Then boom, by February, we said, no, we downscale it into a 2 million. And we expect people again to go back to the ground and do the budget and do. So do you understand that the artists or they're fighting for something that they know? You cannot say, here's the budget, an overall budget. Then they submit. Then suddenly you say, no. Let's downscale this budget into 2 million. But you also give them a minimum of time in order for them to submit the proposal again. Why is that? You guys have neglected arts and culture. You have neglected the creative sector. And when we talk about the creative sector, we're talking about a lot of people at stake here. It's not only actors and actresses, it's not only writers. We have poets, we have stand-up comedies. Like, it's a lot. When you approve your budgets in those 152 people that you have at the present moment, do they fit all those 152 in this cluster? Do you have disabled people there? And all the 52 people, are they across the board of 9 provinces, or you just picked your friends? Because of it seems like it's a norm nowadays that all the departments, they will favor their own people first before. As my sister said earlier on before we went to break, to say, how come in 2,800 people or applications that were sent, you only picked up 152? How much is your budget? That's number one. So if those people, those 152, their applications were on point. Let's say I, as Gifty Mutawong, I sent my application, but my application is good, everything is proper. But the only thing that I did not submit, it was my ID copy was not certified. Do you still reject that, or you need to consider me and say, because of your application is good and we feel that this proposal that you've sent to us is under our mandate, then we can go for it. But the only outstanding document is this one. There was a question again that was posed to you guys to say, when those applications you have approved, you still go back to the people and say, there's certain outstanding documents that are needed. Why don't you do the same thing with all those 2,800 applications to say, guys, this is what you need to do? Or you break them into different sectors to say, okay, you guys are from Mpumalanga, you guys are from Gauteng, you guys are from this and that. This is how we're going to do this. Those in Mpumalanga, this is going to be their share. I believe each and every province has its own budget. Than for us to receive all the 2,800 applications that comes from all South Africa, and yet you approve only 152, which is, I know 90% of them are Gauteng people or Western Cape. And KZN.
Why would you decide?
We've been through this, I think even yesterday, whereby I believe that there's no transparency here. People that you have employed in our boards and everyone, they don't have any industry expertise. So we need to look at that. I think we need to review their CVs and stuff, because of it seems like we cannot be led by people who doesn't understand the industry. It's better if we put people that understand the industry. If you're dealing with music and you don't know that you need to undergo and make sure, teach your people that they need to register under SAMBO or SAREL. And when they question you, then you say you don't know, go to SAMBO direct, then it's a problem. If you don't understand the language of the creative, then it's a problem. I'll stop there for now.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. The department, any response?
Thank you, Chair. I think to a direct answer, because I know the honorable members raised questions about the issue of applications. As we have stated before, the applications are adjudicated by the panel. They are not handpicked by the department. And we are not aware of any friends that have been funded through the process. So the process, as stipulated earlier, yes, it does come back to the department for certain things to be checked, and also for the vetting and contracts to be vetted before MOAs can be signed with the successful beneficiaries. So that is why it comes back to the department, that we do acknowledge. But in terms of the applications themselves, I think they go through the process whereby the panel recommends the prospective beneficiaries for funding.
Just to add and respond to the honorable member. In the department, in terms of none of us know how to sign, in the department, the issue of sign language interpretation is an outsourced function. We do have a resident sign language interpreter, but it's an outsourced function by the department as and when there's particularly events. We have noted the issue raised by the honorable member around the fact that the department is deemed to be incompetent. Us as officials, we are deemed as being incompetent. In terms of the December call, Chairperson, I thought we had actually explained that and explained the reason why that call had to be reversed. And the new call, in terms of we then provided minimum time. I do believe that the time was averaged against all the calls, Chairperson, through you. Yes, the December, in fact, it was a November call, was extended, as we said, and we have acknowledged the fact that in terms of how we address the new call with the manual and email, there is improvement there that is required. We've noted the fact that the honorable member says we have neglected the CCI. We do believe that with the programs that we are looking at and we have reported in terms of working with the 17 clusters, we are, as indicated in the presentation, have identified the opportunities and how we are dealing with them. The 152 recommended applications, yes, they fit in the 17 clusters. However, maybe let's not put it as fitting in the 17 clusters. Let us say they fit in terms of the CCIP program, because that is how it was actually advertised. We are not aware of any friends, Chairperson, through you, being awarded the open call. At least none of mine were awarded. They did apply, but they were not successful. And I wouldn't call them friends as such. It's people that I know have been in the industry since 2007. But if there are any such allegations around officials, including myself, having picked up friends in the 152, we would appreciate that information and we'll make it available for pursuance. In terms of the provinces, I think also yourself, Chairperson, did ask the question that Honorable Member Mdaung is also asking. I'll just quickly just take the members through in terms of the figures. With the CCIP, it was 5. It appears in the report that we got from the adjudicating panel, it appears as implementing province. That is how I'm reporting here. With the CCIP, it was, sorry, I'm just wanting, it was 7 from Eastern Cape, 8 from Free State, 52 from Gauteng, 11 from KZN, 7 from Limpopo, 4 from Mpumalanga, 8 from Northwest, 4 from Northern Cape, and 14 from Western Cape. With the CCIP. With the touring ventures, it was 2 from Eastern Cape, 1 from Free State, 16 from Gauteng, 3 from KZN, 1 from Limpopo, 1 from Mpumalanga, 2 from Northwest, 0 from Northern Cape, and 1 from Western Cape. That is the breakdown in terms of the 152 open call recipients. I've noted the issue of how much budget. I think it was responded to earlier on. The MGE doesn't come as only open call, etc. It's the entire MGE. which includes a Community Center program, includes capacity, the incubator programs, and all the other programs, including SACCO. SACCO is also paid from the same budget. And the Arts Bank is also paid from the same budget, which are the initiatives that come out of the MGE. So the figure that was quoted covers all the MGE funding, it's not just open call. I see my colleagues have just, Masana is here, specifically for the awarded the budget for the awarded, I believe the entire budget came up to about 109, but I stand to be corrected. I'm just referring to the Excel spreadsheet in front of me. That is only for the CCIP project and about 12.5 for the touring ventures in terms of the ones that were granted. Chairperson, to be fair, I would respond to the question regarding anyone who is submitting an application and, for instance, doesn't attach a certified ID just as a response, direct response. We do not go back, Honorable Member. We do not go back to that person to say, please resubmit or something. But it becomes a reason in terms of you failed to submit all the required, and that's the basis. And it's one of those that do not even go to the adjudication panel, because it will fall out during the verification, because there are 5 requirements in terms of documents, and if any of them is not there, it falls out. It might be wrong or right, but I'm responding to the question in terms of do we go back or not. Yeah, sure that covered everything.
Take me also to the human factor. When I left out something and there was great potential in that applicant, is there no human factor to say, let we take them along? Because I'm concerned with the allegation of we are left to our own devices. And perhaps also just filter the committee in who the responsible DDG was, who had the specific period on the MGE developments and process on the open call. Then there was also concerns mentioned about applications that did not comply. And can you respond to that?
Chair, I wouldn't say the human factor is what is considered, because once you set a criteria and you give it to whoever is making an assessment, you stick to the criteria for fairness. You would not then go, because if then you use the human factor, you may deviate from your criteria, and that itself can be subjected to a challenge from other people. So yeah, I think we'll stick to the criteria more. Thanks.
Responsible DDG at the time?
By responsible, you mean at the time when the open call went out, I was the DDG chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. It's confusing. No? When people were handing over the applications, somebody was receiving them. So meaning when that person received an application, already that person is checking everything that is needed from the criteria. So meaning if I as Mutaung handed over my application and they checked it and they put it in the box, that means my application was good. So when other people are not, some of them, they get rejection letters, some of them are not getting rejection letters. So in that sense, how do you guys pick that this one is the best proposal ever? That's what I want to know.
In terms of at the pickup points, the drop-off points, when people were dropping off their applications. When there's a lot of people dropping off, it's very difficult for the people that are taking those applications to check and sift each application like that. So they'll record them and put them in the box for checking them later, all of them. So that's what happened.
So that means you guys are failing in that instant. Because of, you cannot say people, they need to come and drop their applications, but then you don't have people who are able to check if whether those applications they stand or not.
That's the human factor I was referring to.
Okay.
The understanding I have, I didn't obviously go to the top of points, Chief Director, and then I see the Deputy Director is outside. The understanding is that at each of the 9 points of where they were dropping off, there were officials there that were receiving. So it wasn't a case of you put in a box, but they were actually receiving. It's not my understanding, Chair, that those officials had a mandate of turning away any of the applications. It's not my understanding. So my understanding is that they would accept them in terms of registering them, but they would then take them as they are. But as I'm saying, I was not at the drop-off, but that's the understanding in terms of how we defined what would happen at the drop-off. The honorable member is saying we would then determine what is the best. That process, as I explained, there are 3 processes. There are 3 stages. By we, I would assume the honorable member is referring to the department. The department is not involved in determining whether or not the proposal is, competitively speaking, the best proposal. That's the responsibility of the adjudicating panel. The responsibility of the department is to do the initial stage of verification and the last stage of compliance check when we receive what has been recommended by the adjudication. Yes, there would be human errors. We cannot say 100% there would not be human errors. In any kind of a transition, there would be human errors. However, that is why we then have to continuously look at how the system can actually be improved.
So here, are we talking about a panel who's not industry expertise?
My understanding is that they have the industry expertise as indicated in the profiles that were in the presentation, Honorable Member.
Okay.
Round up, Honorable Member. You can round up your questions.
Oh. Okay, the last one is, in all the applications that you had till today, obviously that means you have a database of all the applicants who applied for this cluster and not. And those that have failed, who did not receive the rejection letters, is there any leeway that you can do workshop these guys in a sense of saying, because of we are in a place whereby we said we want to educate. That's one of your other mandates that you have. And arts and culture at the present moment is dead. You can go everywhere, it's dead, it's nowhere. The only thing that is alive is only music festivals. We don't have dance groups anywhere around. We don't have, I think DSEC killed the likes of Dance Umbrella. They killed the likes of Arts Alive International Festivals. They killed fine art. So at the present moment, what is it that you're doing in order to revive these things, except doing AMA road shows? Because of AMA road shows, when they don't put anything for AMA artists. You can go to Market Theatre, the precinct is dead. It used to be the hub of creatives. The precinct is dead. There's nothing there. So what's your take in this? How do we revive AMA artists? That's what I want to know.
a very serious response here because there were very serious allegations. And words and semantics, you have killed. You have killed. Words and semantics been used, you have killed. How is those people that you have killed benefit from this?
Chair, I'm just trying to think of an answer because some of the things may be facts and others could be, opinions review. But I think for me, the issue is of going back to the drawing table and collaborate, work together. Because I know there are a lot of initiatives that come up. The department now has started the issue of the sector of the 17.
We don't want you to go back. Tell us whether you have killed.
No, I don't. Personally, Chair, I would not be able to respond to that. Yeah, in terms of
you know what, Chair? Sorry, Pete. Just 10 seconds. There's Market Theatre. There's Soweto Theatre. I'm only going to calculate those two. I'm not going to calculate Hillbrook Theatre and State Theatre. In these two theatres, Market Theatre and Soweto Theatre, is there a show as DSEC that you have funded that is running there? Because I fail to understand why do we have these theatres, and the worst one is the one in Sebokeng. That place now is a not-going area. Instead of reviving that theater, they've built another one in the site, they called it Eldorado Theater. And even that Eldorado Theater, there's nothing happening there. So that's why I'm saying, how are you guys going to revive arts and culture in the township from the grassroots? How are you going to revive it?
It is therefore important that you elaborate on the concerns of the member. Tell us about the status and speak around what the member is saying so that we can also have an understanding of the challenges within the theatre, and that is what has been mentioned. DG?
No, thanks, Tim. It's a bit difficult to respond to something that I deem as perception, Chair. Now, I'm not sure whether the expectation is to take the member through all the programs that we are doing. We can do that. We've got quite a number of programs that we are doing. Now, the honourable member is specifically mentioning Market Theatre, and I'll talk to Market Theatre and State Theatre because those are the two that are entities that are owned by the department.
Are noted.
The initiatives that are actually being done by the department are through those particular theatres. We do not have a show, honourable member, that we as a department, we commission for it to be run in any of our entities, because the entities are the ones that are tasked with the responsibility of executing theatre development. For instance, the examples that you are citing. Now, the viewpoint that is raised by the honourable member is that we have killed the theatres, we have killed the arts and culture space. I'm sure, honourable member, a different audience that we could actually engage with will give you a completely different picture. And I can take you through the programs, Chair, depending on the time that you have. We have on our programs that we are doing for just this year. If I can take you through the ones that we are doing for just this year.
DJ, I hear your counter argument. I'm gonna make a note here that those programs be sent instead of taking us through that. Then we can share that with the necessary role players. If that is fine with you, DG. I'm just scared that we are running out of time. I see Mr. Malefe on the hybrid also would like to sanitize us, whether he was part and parcel of those killed, those theaters. Mr. Malefe?
Thank you, Chair. I will not want to respond to the killing because the killing will be a problem. And, what I wanted to speak to the Chair is the issue that relates to what the MGE department will have done in terms of workshops that were given to possible applicants of the MGE grant, and that was engaged, and many participants did participate in the process of understanding the guidelines that the department have created. So that process have helped us, but also I think the issue that relates to provinces, we had the situation as a panel where you have Honorable Mundise, or Honorable Member of the applicants in the creative industry. His company is using the Gauteng address, but his work that they have applied for, it will be in Mpumalanga. So when the system comes, it will be saying we have a Gauteng application. When you go to the detail or the content of the proposal, the activity is in Mpumalanga or it's in Eastern Cape, but the address of the company or the address of the applicant it's using the Gauteng based on, we will all know that the migration might be the impact in terms of opportunities that are there. So I think that those are the areas that we need to look at. But equally on this issue that panel members are not experienced, Honorable Chair, while we respect honorable members of our portfolio, I think it's very key to note that we are also South Africans. We are also involved in participating in different sectors in the society. On our own, we have participated in the different sectors because no one have a right to say this one is part of is an approved creative industry specialist. This one is not, because we are all creative in different areas. In terms of our culture or in different expertise that we have. I will not understand if we have David Kau, who is a well-known comedian, who is also a graduate in the industry, that we will be able to say he is not. The chair of the board himself is a writer, which relates to the book writing, which is also other participants. Myself, I'm a youth development practitioner. With many years of experience, and I've participated in empowering many young people in the sector. I've been involved with many artists or many creative industry in the sector for many years. And I'm sure Honorable Mteto will also know that many years ago we used to work together on some youth programs in the province in Gauteng with many other colleagues in this sector. So many of us on our own rights, we are activists who are in the sector, and we have passion. And I will say, Chair, one of the key things that I wanted to also clarify, and the DG explained it very well, we were the first one to pick up that we can't have few beneficiaries participating in the process based on the allocated budget that they've told us that was allocated from Treasury. Therefore, we are the ones that wrote a letter through the chair to say, can we request that this thing be looked at, and can we relax so that many beneficiaries are able to be integrated?
Mr. Molefe,
thank you.
I respect your view. And let me say to you, I start my meeting to say I even respect Mr. Steve Mutala. I know him for many years. He was the one who reported when I was a soccer player in my 20s. We are complaining about the process. We don't have problems with the individuals. The process, how? You will see what it will unfold later in this particular. I will go and riffle stuff out where some of you members on that panel have made allocations to organizations in places where they are residing. Those don't let us go into this detail. We talk about the process. We talk about decisions. We'll go there. The Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair.
Can't believe I'm asking you now.
Thank you, finally, Chair. And I'm shaken by the fact that the panel member has declared knowing me. So I don't know whether it is conflict of interest on my side or what. But be that as it may, I just want to start by addressing one issue. Deputy Minister, you seem to be very despondent. Very despondent. And I want to apologize. Indeed, when you are here in the absence of the minister, you're acting as a minister. You take the position of the minister. And the custom in this committee is that the minister always is given the opportunity to make opening remarks and to see that you are not given such respect, or rather same status with the minister, the respect that you deserve. It puzzles me, it disheartens me, but deeper than that, I see or feel that you're not getting support. CIC said to you in one of his statements that take your rightful place. I want to ask a direct question. Do you find yourself, for instance, even the legislation, regulation, doesn't afford the deputy minister any responsibility in terms of these appointments of, so she can't answer to this because the regulation says the minister, it doesn't say the deputy minister, the minister or deputy minister. So it's something that we need to deal with, also to look into in terms of those regulations, that why do you have a deputy minister who is just like, she is just like a shadow of the minister. Even maybe the department staff members are treating her in such a manner. So on behalf of the portfolio committee, I want to apologize. It is not out of disrespect. That is why maybe you reacted the way you reacted yesterday. And I understood from that perspective. Can you confirm that, Deputy Minister, do you have support from your department? That's my first question.
No comment.
Thanks, Chair. Let me come to I would want to concur with the members who are constantly saying the department seems not to understand the sector it is serving. It is very clear. From the presentation, it shows that you don't have plans because it's a crisis management approach. Oh, this has happened. Oh, sorry, this must happen. Oh, no, we didn't know. The department has been there for over 30 years now. You can't be still grappling with the issues of how you deal, how you communicate with the sector. Having said that, Madam Deputy Director, responsible, what qualifications did you have to produce in order to get the position that you are in?
I think in the advert I needed to be a graduate, of which I am. I'm a Wits University drama graduate. I needed to have experience in the arts, of which I did because I was in local government for 10 years working in the same sector. Yes, I think coming into a deputy director level, those were the key ones.
Have you participated? Do you have apparent experience of being an artist or actor or something?
From day one, Chair, I was in the behind the scene. My ambition back in the day was to be a film writer and director. And before joining the city of Tshwane, I was in the sector. Actually, my first job was back in the day with the live shows of Your TV. So I did work in the sector before joining city of Tshwane.
Okay, but you seem to be lacking the understanding of the sector that you serve, because even the DG shows in her face when you are responding to questions that you seem not to be understanding even the questions that are asked. You are not answering them according to, in view of you having participated in the sector. You seem not to be understanding. You seem to be very lost and more of an administrator than anything. But be that as it may, I want to ask Unat, what qualifications do you have? Just qualifications, nothing much.
Sorry, I have a master's of law in entertainment law.
Okay, and you are also
An orchestral conductor, pianist, and a cellist. Thank you.
Ms. Mugoma, what qualifications do you have?
BA drama at UCT, and I went on to do my honors, went on to study in Italy, France, and I have senior certificates and diplomas in the arts. So I did about 9 qualifications.
Thanks. Lele, too, what is your qualification?
I have an LLB degree and I'm a self-trained poet.
Okay. Mr. Mulif, what qualification do you have? Mr. Mulefe, from the panel, what qualifications do you have?
Unmute Mr. Mulefe.
Mr. Mulefe.
Yes, honorable member.
What qualifications do you have?
I do have different certification in different sectors.
What qualifications do you have?
Youth development practitioner.
Is that a qualification? Is that an academic qualification?
When I was appointed, I was not asked about being an academic.
Okay, no, I'm not saying that you were supposed to have a qualification. I want to take you through the understanding of the sector that you are dealing with.
No.
No, I want to take, please relax. You spoke about SITA qualifications. First and foremost, your presentation contradicts even what the DG is saying. The DG says the responsibility of the panel is to go through the project plans, not verification of anything. So I would wonder, how did you find out whether certain individuals had SITA qualifications, certifications or not?
Will I respond?
Yes, you can respond.
Okay, no, honorable member, we didn't, all what I was explaining, we didn't do a vetting of whether someone have a SITA qualification. All what we stood to was to say the guidelines says there must not be any training or workshops. And the background of that decision is because in the past, there were approvals that were done of giving people workshop and training funding when those people were not literally SITA accredited institutions and they were not able to have the capacity to train. So generally, what I was responding to.
No, thank you. Thank you for that answer. I think I'm satisfied with the answer. So I want to find out whether are you now changing your statement that there was no reason for anyone to be vetted. There was no vetting for anyone, whether they are SITA certified or not. So whatever statement that you made earlier on, it is no longer the statement you are making now.
No, you see the problem, what I'm raising, honorable member. Maybe I might not be understanding your question or your input, or you might not be understanding my input.
Let me clarify why the honorable member asked that question. He's asking a direct question to ascertain the experience and expertise which is crucial for us for this discussion. That is the reason why the member asked the question. As I have earlier referred to, we are concerned about processes.
Yes. The Honorable Chair, what I'm explaining to the Honorable Member, is that the guideline says no training, no workshop. So our task was to go through what is written in the content of the proposal. If it says we are going to do training or we are going to do workshop, we will not be able to. It means if we approve it, it's outside the guideline. But if we don't, and the base, and when we had to go, or when we had to get clarity on the guidelines that we received, the issue was that the department was that its view was that training and workshop must be done with relevant institutions, and the department have its own different program that deals with training and workshops. Ours is to make sure that we focus a lot on job creation opportunity, because this program falls under the jobs program of the government. So
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I rest my case on that one, because even when the issue of accreditation, CETA accreditation, was asked by another member, your chairperson referred the responsibility to respond to that question to you, because he heard that you are the one who raised the issue of accreditation. But suddenly you seem to have developed amnesia on what you said. You raised the issue of accreditation based on the fact that some members were disqualified because their projects could not be funded because they did not have CETA accreditation. That was the context. But it's okay. It's okay. We can't debate it. I'm not inviting a debate. I said it's okay. It's okay. We're passing. Tell me. I just want to show you that the lack of understanding of the sector that you are dealing with, the people that you are dealing with, it's very important to know who you're dealing with, so that you are able to address the services that you provide. If you don't understand the people and the audience of the target market that you're dealing with, you will not provide proper services. One, I don't know what the qualifications one would require to hold a workshop, first and foremost. I really don't know what accreditation you would require to hold a workshop. Workshops are part of the ecosystem that helps people to develop further so that they can then get jobs with the knowledge that they have accumulated. So you are talking about jobs, and MGE was never a job creation allocation. The duplication that you are actually engaged in, or maybe let me deal with the issue of qualifications. I wonder, what qualifications do you think Stimela, Lucky Dube, Lady Smith had? What qualifications did Gibson Kenter had? He produced Mbongeni Gema, one of the best. So if these workshops are not funded, how would people like Gibson Kenter could have produced the Mbongeni? You don't understand the sector that you're dealing with.
Honorable Penny Pay is also an example.
Yes.
And he's successful.
Yes, exactly. Dr. Joseph Shabalala was a professor and lecturing at the University of California in Berkeley. It is called Berkeley, the university. Lecturing with no formal education. The problem of our government and what the process is that you always want these academic qualifications that don't make any sense because you don't have the apparent experience. I'm just passing with that one. You have MGE, which is now said to be job creation. You have NEF, venture capital. This is the same department. We're still waiting for the report on what did you do with the 50 million that you gave to NEF for youth development. I still want to see youth companies that have not flourished from that 50 million. Still waiting for that. You have IDC, Social Employment Fund. You have NAC, Social Employment Fund. You have PESP. These are For jobs. But people don't have jobs. People don't have jobs. So it is not surprising that when you talk of the open call, you have 152. How much budget did you have for the open call? Just the open call. So that we can be able to divide it into 152 and see how many people benefit. How much did they get?
109.
For the open call, not the MGE, because we are hiding behind the overall budget of the for the open call, and 152 people got funded. I think we need a forensic on that one. I think so, Chair. I'm not going to ask further questions on that one. That one just calls for a forensic. You have Living Legends program, another one that is lost because you don't understand the people that you're working with. You adapted this direct from the United States without any adaptation, without understanding the material conditions of our people in the country, not taking into cognizance the poverty, the everything that says people will not reach to 70. Not many would reach to 70. Rapier, when he died, he was 71. He was 70 actually. He had just reached 70. So he couldn't contribute on the. So there's this notion that we want to do, but we don't want. We want to do, we just want to tick the boxes. Okay. Again, on the issue of not understanding the people you are dealing with, you do this open call, and part of the application, one must give a project plan. Okay? On this date, this is what's going to be happening. On this date, this is what. What you don't understand is that if I'm doing a performance event, I must book artists, pay deposit to secure that date. Where do the people get the money whilst you're dilly-dallying and going and changing dates and going back and doing this? This is the challenges that she was talking about, that you did not, in your report, it doesn't highlight those things, that there are people who have booked venues, who might book venues, book service providers with their own money. When you ultimately fund them, they've lost the deposits that they didn't have because now they had to change dates, and some service providers don't give them back the money. Artists will hold the deposit. If you come at 11th hour and say, I'm canceling, I'm changing the date, the money is gone. And when you give the funding, you want to dictate how much you want to give. Who informs you that instead of 2 million is 1.2? You speak with so much smile about that. When you are earning the problem is that once you are dilly-dallying and doing all these things, you are earning your salary. Your salary doesn't get also adjusted according to the work that you are doing. When you change dates, then you must earn on at the end of that delivery. You don't have those challenges. Now, Deputy Minister, Chair, we are in an era which I term postmodern cultural colonization. We have moved from political exclusion into systemic exclusion. That's why I was giving that background. And systemic exclusion is defined as repeated, structured process by which specific groups are denied access to resources, opportunities, or participation due to embedded policies, practices, and societal structures. Rather than isolated incidents of individual prejudice, it can be pervasive, and often unintentional, affecting areas like education, employment, and access to social benefits, leading to persistent disparities. You are not closing the gap, you are increasing the gap. You are not addressing the imbalances, you are increasing the imbalances. I'm defining now, you have killed the sector. You say people must submit physically. Eastern Cape has got distances between the towns. Gqeberha, Port Elizabeth to East London, it's about 230 kilometers to 250. East London to Mthatha, Mthatha to East London is about 228 to 235 k's. Makhanda to East London is about roughly 163 to 180 kilometers. Which one? Do I buy data that I cannot afford, or do I walk 160 kilometers to go and submit? Systemic exclusion. We know that many people have no access to internet. So even when you open digitally, you are not making much effort to do things. There are schools, there are post offices that belong to government where you could say submit to the post office. Schools under the Department of Education that can be used as a point of contact. But you are so lazy, you are sitting in the post offices and just instructing and instructing and instructing, coming here with sanitized reports. That time is over. That time is over. DG, I want to repeat it again. Lying to Parliament is a statutory offense. Chair, we need to now follow up these statutory offenses and start opening cases against people. We need to start now following up. I'm tired of us sitting and coming up with the report and recommendations that are not carried out. DG, I've asked you a number of times here, saying the cluster meetings, that was not the sector attending. How can you make sure that everybody represented in those clusters were from the sectors? Today we are told that that meeting was an ambush of members who were just randomly invited and then declared as the industry. I've been in this industry for long enough to know that department doesn't have a database that represents everybody. It was during the apartheid era when we had a diary, a directory that had everybody in terms of who is, what skills are. Now you might even end up with people who are not even from those clusters who are saying we are leading these clusters. You have organizations today that are sitting here who are participating in that. What are you doing? I told you I want you against it. I want the minister against it. It's a fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Because these clusters, you are now erasing, you are actually duplicating what CIFSA was supposed to do that it failed to do. Organizing sectors and subsectors. And you have already issued a budget. If I don't know whether you have already even given the clusters the budget. Very quick at things that don't make sense, that we did not approve, even us as a committee. We never discussed those issues. We never discussed. You lied again as the department that you have released all the funding. All the costs the funding has been distributed. NAC only did one call, which is not yet even evaluated, and the outcomes are still coming on the 1st of October. But yet you said these have already happened. Presidential employment stimulus package, not yet announced. NLC 3-year annual call, not announced. NFVF also have never announced. PSP call will only be coming in September. What is it that you are reporting to us with these AKPs, that the picture that you are painting that is so beautiful? What is it? Let me come to the questions in terms of this report.
You have 3 minutes, Honorable Member.
Presentation. You said you were released, and I want to show you how you prioritize international things more than the locals. You say in this revised 2025 open call, all CCIP applicants were advised to reapply based on the revised criteria. However, touring ventures results were announced to accommodate those who had already secured international platforms. International platforms, that's what you prioritized. Let me come to Mr. Simon Molef. Mr. Molef. Mr. Molef, did you say that there are no people that were funded who are friends? I want to find out from you, Mr. Molef, did you sit and preside or rather adjudicate on an application by a friend from your own area and from your own branch of the NC?
I don't have a friend who's an artist. I have people different in my own area, in the region, in the province who have applied. And
did you declare your relationship with them?
When we start in the panel, every time we're given forms, if you have a friend or a relative that you have applied, then I don't think so that I have a friend or a relative who's closer to me.
The question is, did you declare?
I don't have a friend.
Do you know Mr. Tobela Dlamini? How do you know him?
Mr. Tobela Dlamini has been in the industry for many years. Like I've known you, you have been in the industry for many years. So I've known him for many years, and that's how we know each other. And he's not my friend.
If I were to propose that or request that a Section 205 be done on both your cell phones, I wouldn't find any communication between you, a friendly communication between you and Tobela Dlamini.
You can request.
No, I'm asking a question. Please, I need you to confirm that we will not find anything between you, meaning that Tobela Dlamini, you don't know him as a friend, nor as a comrade. Mr. Mkhunu's issue.
No, I know him as a comrade. He's in Hot 7, I'm in Hot 8. We don't stay in the same branch.
But still, you adjudicated on his application.
Like I would have done to any other person that I know.
And you didn't declare?
They are not my friend. The process says, because if I have to declare that I know somebody, it means everybody that I know I must not participate in.
I'm specific about Tobela Dlamini. I didn't say how many other people. I'm saying Tobela Dlamini applied, and you are the one who adjudicated on his personal application, without you saying, recusing yourself from the process to say, no, this one I can't because I know him, which is a decent thing that you could have done.
He's not my friend.
He's your comrade.
We are in the ANC together. I'm sure you were also my comrade before.
No, I'm asking about Tobela, not me. I haven't done any application.
Also referring the truth to you, because how do you think that people can be in the same organization, don't know each other? I mean, to be honest, honorable members, we need to be fair to ourselves. I have a constitutional right to participate, to be a member. I have a constitutional right to be given a task by this country. And all I have to do,
you have a constitutional right to recuse yourself or excuse yourself from when you see an application from somebody that you know that close as a comrade. You have a responsibility, constitutional responsibility.
It's not close to me. It's not close to me. Somebody who's close to you. It's somebody that you go as friends, you go as your families meet together, you do this together. He's in the taxi industry. He's doing different things. He's in another
You
ward.
you know him very well. If you know that he's also in the taxi industry, it means that you know him. But no further questions, Mr.
Exactly, like I know you. You are a former member of the ANC. You also received an assistance from MGE before. I know that thing. Exactly.
Thank you, Mr. Molefe. Thank you, Honorable Member. The department for a response, and then after the response, I will invite Honorable Mutambi.
What about me, Chair?
No further questions, Mr. Molefe.
Chairperson, I come after Honorable Kovani, please, in that order.
Okay, thanks. Department.
No, thank you very much to the honorable member. I think as he indicated, he started off with a whole lot of remarks around the performance of the department. The reference was made to a forensic investigation. Should I go on, Chair?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. A forensic investigation required from MGE. I think we would appreciate that if it is done. It would be, I think, for us welcomed. The Living Legends program, yes, it started off some time back, a few years back, and at this point in time, it has been reshaped into what is referred to as a Fantuka Af program, which is actually being done quite publicly. With the last one, that was about the recognition of Mama Abigail Gubeka, and it continues like that as a Fantuka Af program. The departments take too long to respond. People end up not having any budget to be able to continue with their program. Yes, we do take note of that, and as we have indicated, we are looking at ways and means. I did talk about the issue of pursuing the use of the GMS and other options that we are pursuing to continuously improve. I think there's been a repeat around the issue of the department is killing the industry. We take a note of that, but we do assure the honorable member that we are not sanitizing our reports. Our reports are reflective of the as is. Cluster meetings and we as a department lying. Yes, we do know the law around the issue of lying to Parliament. In terms of any of the statements that we have made, specifically with the issue of how the process that led to the establishment of clusters unfolded, I still stand by that, Chairperson, through you. There was a post-pirate that was called identification. The honorable member does also say there is no database. Yes, indeed, there is no database of the industry. So we utilize the information that was at our disposal in terms of identification of the industries in the post-pirate. And we continue to actually do that, working through the 17 clusters to move towards the formalization of the process. What we are doing is a duplication of what SIFSA failed to do, and indeed, Honourable Member, it then further confirms a need for the department to have intervened and come up with this cluster approach. And this particular approach is actually confirmed and if you look at the revised white paper, sections 4.3 and 5.6, it talks about the intervention that the department needs to look at in terms of sector targeting. It talks about the issue of the classification. If you look at the UNESCO classification, because I have answered you like that even before, that we used in terms of looking at the cultural domains and the subsectors that are actually within those particular cultural domains. It's not a process, Honorable Member, that it's still, or it's not moving. As I said, it started at 16. We are sitting at 17 clusters. And as we grow and develop this particular program, who knows, the number of clusters might grow. However, the issue of sector targeting, we believe as a department is a right move. We are talking directly to the sectors instead of talking to other people that are representing a particular discipline. We have given platforms to specifically, if we can make an example, designers in their clusters, visual artists in their clusters, crafters, authors, etc. And that's the approach that has been received quite overwhelmingly by the people that we are working with within the clusters. It's not the intention of the department to silence anyone, Honorable Member, in terms of this, but it's to open up the process in such a way that those that are sitting within the clusters are able to have representation. And it's been consistently indicated that the boards that have actually been set up are boards that are referred to as interim boards that allow the commencement of the program that we are hoping to continuously improve on as it goes. You were very quick to pay these clusters. Indeed, Honorable Member, we wanted to enable these clusters to begin to function, but unfortunately, we've not been able to pay all of them. And it's solely because the process that we actually followed in terms of each of these 17 clusters involved them, first of all, submitting documentation that indicates that they have duly actually been registered and established, which is why we also appointed legal teams that are working with them, 4 teams, 4 legal companies that are working with them, where we have clustered these into 4 for each of the legal companies, because we are trying our best, Honorable Member, to make sure that we don't have a repeat of the mistakes and errors that have happened in the past. At this point in time, 9 out of the 17 clusters have indeed been paid, and the work that they are actually doing currently, those 9 that have been paid, is quite visible. We are trying our best to be very open in communicating what they are doing, including the appointment of a marketing and branding company that we have brought on board to try and communicate even more around the work that each of the clusters are doing. And the information is quite publicly shared as well. Honorable Member, you are saying we lied about releasing funding, and you have mentioned entities, PESP, and everything. We can be able to go to that recording where we said we release funding to all these entities that we are mentioning. The processes that is actually followed is a process that we followed this time around this year. When we transfer funding to the entities, for instance, for their normal grant funding, it goes in terms of quarterly transfers. And at this point in time, we are sitting at 50% transfer to the entities. With regard to PESP, we haven't transferred the funding. Yes, it's been allocated to 2 entities, NFVF and NAC, this financial year, while the others are still continuing, the National Heritage Council, the National Museum, and which is the other one that I'm forgetting. There are 5 of them that were actually implementing the previous year. But this financial year, it's only the NAC and the NFVF. And the reasons why the PESP funding has actually not been transferred to them is basically, if you look at NFVF, for instance, the recipients of the 24-25 funding for PESP are still continuing. They have asked us to extend the closing of those projects to this current financial year. So we do not think it's a good idea, Honorable Member, to then transfer funding while there is a processing of a previous funding that the entity has actually received. So I am not aware of us having lied about releasing funds, but if there is such a record, Chair, we can be able to be held accountable for having lied, as you indicate. The reason, lastly, Chair, Honorable Member, and you are correct, we released funding to the recipients of the touring ventures. And the reason is not because we are prioritizing everything that is international, but we were recognizing the fact that if you look at the requirements, those people that had already been recommended at that particular time during the first round of the open call had secured international platforms for them to be able to go and exhibit, to be able to go and perform, etc. So it's not prioritization of an international program or what the Honorable Member called, but it's a recognition of the fact that if you have secured a platform and already you met the requirement and you were recommended, we didn't see any reason why we should then not allow that person, because securing that platform is not easy. It might not be easy for them to resecure any international platform in future. This is also the reason, Chairperson, why even though those were processed, because they did submit confirmation that they had secured the international platforms, which was the requirement. But we also, in the second call, allowed the touring venture applications that could have come from the second call being issued to also apply. I don't know whether I've left out anything that the Honorable Member actually asked about, but the colleagues can then assist. Those are the notes that I had actually taken.
They indicated they are fine.
Chair, the same prioritization, can she explain the same to the issue that I've addressed, that people who are doing festivals and what, they have to book artists in advance? It's the same thing as booking, securing a platform international. They are people that need to be paid. There are people who need to be paid upfront, deposits, to secure the dates. And when there's a change of dates in terms of announcing, in terms of distributing, those platforms have been lost. So they don't care about the local, they care about the international. That's what I mean.
Let me go to the hybrid platform. The Honorable Kobani, I am not sure, I haven't been informed whether there will be interpreters, but I know you can try your best, Honorable Kobani.
Can they respond to that one, Chair, first, before they go to Kobani? Can they respond to what happens to the locals?
Chair, the members are making a recommendation or a statement. Why don't we do the same? What I'm saying is that is what we prioritize at that time. That is what we decided, because we were seeing a situation where you have secured a platform internationally. To be able to secure that platform again would not be easy. Yes, indeed, it doesn't necessarily mean that we are undermining platforms that you have secured locally, but we had to look at how we prioritize. Again, wrong or right, but that is how we actually looked at it, honorable members.
Thank you, Dr. Kumalo. Honorable Kobani, I have been informed that there is an interpreter. You are welcome to address us.
Thank you, Chair, and greeting all my colleagues artists there. I'm here to speak on behalf of our artists, as I'm an artist. I want to ask the department, before they release the funds, that did apology to the artists who march to the sports, arts and culture in Pretoria. They never apologize. Just to show the humans that when we make mistake, we have to apologize. Number two, what criterion they are using when I say I need 1,000 rand to run my project, and then after that they bring 500 rands. But I'm the one who knows how much must I spend for this project. But when they fund me, I request 1,000, they give me 500. Do you think I'm going to do professional things? And I want to know, because they say is 152 that are funded. In Limpopo, we have 5 regions. How many did you fund in Limpopo? Before I go further. Question.
Department, I know the figures has been given, but just reaffirm.
In Limpopo, the cultural and creative industry projects were a total of 7, and the tourism, the touring venture was 1.
Honorable Kobani.
Let them answer. I asked about 3. Apology for the artists who marched to the Pretoria. They never attended. That shows that they respect the artist. I need an apology from that, the answer. DG.
I'm looking for help, Chair.
You're putting the DG on the spot. You want to find out whether she is in a position to apologize for the artists that march in Pretoria. DG?
Thank you.
Yes, I apologize. No, I'm not interested. Please proceed.
We did not give an apology, Chair, because there was a memorandum that was coming to be delivered, and it required responses, not apology.
Did you write the letter to?
Chair, sorry, Chair, may I get a protection?
You are protected. Let's hear Honorable Ukobani.
Yes, I'm listening.
You may proceed. You receive a response. The department argues that they have received a memorandum. They was asked to respond and not to apologize.
They did respond. I'm asking.
Give the department an opportunity to respond.
Chair, earlier on, when you were making opening remarks, you mentioned the issue of the response. And I think I remember when the presentation was made, there was an issue of a response from the minister. It's all that I'm not aware. I haven't seen it, Chair.
No, I make mention about the march and the issues being raised. The member wants to know whether the department have response to the memorandum.
My knowledge is, my understanding, Chairperson, is that the minister responded.
I think we have a colleagues, we have them in the.
Let me check with them. You're right, Honorable Kobani. Let me check with them.
Yeah, check with them.
Did the minister respond?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. No, Honorable Kobani, the minister did not respond. Instead, we were sent a letter being insulted, being called thugs and everything. So the minister continued to insult the sector. So we're not going to be disrespected here to be told that there was a response, because they keep lying to Parliament and continue to lie to Parliament. Thank you.
Why I'm asking this?
Through you, Chair.
Chair.
Through you, Chair. Sorry, Papa Penny.
Just a second, Honorable Member.
Okay.
Can I please explain this? So the minister never responded to the people who sent the memorandum. We were sent a response that the minister wrote to the portfolio committee, insulting, belittling, diminishing, and literally rejecting everything about the artists, not even calling them artists, but calling them the protesters. So that was not a response to the people who sent the memorandum. It was a response to the portfolio committee. So the department has never responded.
The minister did write to the committee.
Okay. Do you know we are department because of the sectors? We are department of sports, arts, and culture because of the sectors. When I say sports, arts, and culture, we mean a people in the ground who's running the categories of the entertainment. But if we don't respect them, what are we doing in the department? Because those artists, you are insulting them. They're the owner, abalungu of the department. We have to respect them. Myself, I deserve respect because if you don't respect my artist, you don't respect me too. We need the respect. Though we are poor, but don't treat us as a West poor. We in South Africa, we deserve a respect. We deserve a respect because you cannot be department without the sectors. Every month, anybody gets salary because of the sectors. We need to respect each other. We need to respect each other. I was supposed to join them in the march. The pit, I was not free, I was working, but their march, it was my march. When my organization deployed me in parliament, in sports, arts, and culture portfolio, they were sending me to stand behalf of the sectors, not of the road and transport. But we need respect. Anyone who's working for the sectors in arts and culture, you must know those people, you'll need them tomorrow. And then I want to know if you open the call of application, do you have a certain number of if we need 100? Because now I see 2,000 something application. Do you have a number beside of someone is not qualifying, he never apply right, but do you have a number of in 2000 we want to give 152? Then I can say those rejected, it was not about reject, it was overload. Next time you say we need 100 application, because 2008 is too much for you to cater everything. Though we don't know a budget how much you are giving away. Next time, we are not here to argue. We are all South African, we are all brother and sister, but let's fix what we have done wrong from now. Whether your qualification, you went to school, whatever, but the main thing is to treat the sectors in respect. Atwana Anamus. Yeah, we are here to respect. I need respect. Honorable Mteto is an artist like me. We are here to fight for the artist. We are the one who know the knowledge. We know the painful, how we are suffering down there. You must respect these sectors. As you are respecting the end of month, you are getting salary. Artists must be respected, all the sectors. The panel, I cannot put too much to the panel because they are driving by somebody. You have been driving by somebody to tell you, this one don't put one malume, this one ganwamina. I don't want to put my voice on you. Department, you are the main control of any application. I don't have much to say, Chair, but we need respect. Those people who sit and with you there, they have something to do in their home. Artists are hungry. artists need respect. There is no music without the artist. There is no entertainment without the music. Our sectors, our cultures is gone. You go to another country in Africa, those poor country, they are good in their culture, but this we are calling South Africa economy. Everything is a white elephant. We are losing our code. We are losing a balance because we don't know what we are doing. We adopted the wrong Western culture to come and destroy our culture in South Africa. We are not the many languages here, we're only 11. Nigeria has 200 and something languages. Ethiopia has 160 something languages. But only 11 languages, you are failing to maintain this. You are failing to maintain everything. Our children, they are getting lost. Balasheka. There's nothing we leave behind our children. Hey, music is beautiful. Culture is beautiful. Even a baby can sing for 3 days born. He can sing, he can dance, but you don't respect it. Gentlemen from the sectors panel, you are happy if you do the job, you get your salary, no problem. Do it like that. But to my side, they must change the panel every year. Not panel, because if you use you for 3 years, you are going to feed your brother, your uncle, your everything. We don't need a politician in the panel because you'll be having a favor. This is my comrade. We need a dependent, the voters, not the comrade. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Kobani. I just want to, for the record, and I will do it later again because the Minister's office is also present in this meeting. I've seen a letter, there was a response from the Minister. I just want to correct that. And pertaining to the substance, I don't want to comment on the substance, but there was a letter from the Minister. Anything we would like to respond on, Honorable Kobani, before I'm going to request Honorable Mutambi?
No, I think the honourable members' comments and emphasis are noted, Chair. I just was putting up my hand to confirm that there was a letter that went directly to. I'm also not talking to content. I hear what the industry representatives are saying, but the letter indeed was there that came from Minister.
Thank you, Doctor. The Honorable Mutambi. You have 2 minutes.
I can't believe that, Chair. After having seated here the whole day and then given 2 minutes.
Remember.
Protests. Okay, Chair. Can you bear with me? I'm still here. It's me, but my bandwidth is not that right. Do you allow me?
Yes, please proceed. It's fine.
I'm here. I'm alone in the meeting. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the opportunity. And you'll pardon me if there are things that I will ask that are irrelevant, but I don't think so. I'm a newcomer in the committee, but before I do that, I just want to understand the tenure of the DG in the department. Before you were appointed a DG, which position did you hold in the department, and for how long have you been in the department? Also, talk to me in relation to your acting tenure. From when did you act until you got appointed?
Thank you. Okay. I was appointed as the DDG of Arts, Culture, Promotion and Development on the 1st of July, 2020. On the 6th of March, 2023, I was requested by Minister Mthethwa to act, and that has continued till I was appointed as DG about 2 weeks ago, from March 2023, after Mr. Ndima was acting.
Honorable Tambo.
Yeah, I wanted that background, DG, so that I understand, to ascertain whether you understand your responsibility to advise ministers on various aspects of law, aspects of the department. So with that response, I think it makes sense that you definitely understand what are the duties of the Director General. More so, you have been acting for quite some time in the department prior to your appointment. I'm raising this, Chair, because I see there is a service level agreement between the department and Nelson Mandela University pertaining to the hosting of the South African Cultural Observatory from 2023 till 2028. The DG, are you aware of that service level agreement that you signed on the 26th day of what? There's not on the 26th day of May 2023.
Can I just, there's the South African Cultural Observatory, Honorable Member, I couldn't hear you very well. Yes, I'm aware it was the second or third term after they had tendered for the being a research wing. I'm aware, Honorable Member.
You are aware of that. More so, you are also aware of the report that they produced in 2023. The review evaluation of the Mzansi Golden Economy Program.
Yes, I'm aware, Honorable Member, they were commissioned by the department to do the review.
And then this report made a lot of recommendations. You are aware of that?
I'm aware, Honorable Member.
Can you share with us how far have you gone in implementing those recommendations in line with what is before us?
It's quite a number of recommendations that are contained in that report, even though I can't quote it verbatim. But I know that amongst others, they spoke about targeted financing of the industry or funding of the industry. They spoke about, they recommended a funding indaba be held to deal with the issue of stakeholder partnerships and collaboration in the funding of the industry. There is a very close emphasis on the issue of pursuing corporate investment in the sector. It's quite a number of those. We haven't made a headway in terms of implementation of those particular recommendations. But the first attempt, the first open call attempt, was a way of looking at how we can begin to implement those recommendations. Because, Honorable Member, from what they were recommending, they made reference to the fact that the different cultural domains within the CCIs, if you look at what happened during COVID, their level of recovery, their recovery rate indicated that they cannot be funded similarly. But they also made emphasis on the fact that as a department, we need to look at the contribution of the different sectors to the GDP because it differs. For instance, if you look at the area of audiovisual, the area of the creative design, etc., their contribution differs. So they were making a recommendation that the funding should be proportional to the recommendation, to the contribution to the GDP. We haven't made a headway, Chair. I was just emphasizing the fact that there was quite several recommendations that came out of that review.
And then in terms of that agreement that you entered, for that first financial year, you did pay for the report, am I wrong? In line with the payment timelines as provided in page 21 of the agreement. You did?
Yes, Honorable Chair, we don't pay for reports. We pay as per, they are producing 16 reports. They do mapping, they do impact studies in both sport, arts and culture and heritage. 16 per year, Chair. Yes, we pay as according to the SLA.
That's what I'm saying to say there was a report produced and then they delivered in terms of the service level agreement. And then they will definitely pay the money. Am I wrong?
Yes, Honorable Member.
How much did you pay for this SACO report?
I don't have the figure on hand.
Of the Mzansi Golden Economy Program?
Sorry, Honorable Member, I don't have the figure on hand, but we can forward you that information. But we have an SLA in place and we pay as per the deliverables of the SLA per year.
According to this service level agreement, you were supposed to pay an amount as for page 21, an amount of 16,384,000. Though you'll submit, but where I'm seated, I presume this is the money that was paid for the year under review, amongst others, including the provision of this report. What's your comment?
If the Honorable Member is referring to what is in the SLA, I would agree that that would be correct. As I say, the amount is stipulated per year over the 5-year tendered process.
I didn't get the reason why then, if you are given a report, the institution that you contracted produce a report, make recommendations, and then you don't implement, you just make the report to gather dust. Was there value for money? We, as your responsibility as an accounting officer, to make sure that you need to make sure that there's value for money for everything that is done with public funds?
Yes, Honorable Member, there was a lot of value for money. The outcomes of the study that they did give us indication of the importance of sector targeting, as I indicated, as one of the recommendations. And if you look at the guidelines for the MGE, because as we said, MGE is not just about open call only, but if you look at those guidelines, they talk about the CCIP versus what used to happen in the MGE, where there were 3 categories. It used to be public art, cultural events, and touring ventures. And this particular guideline is different. So as I said, Honorable Member, we may not have made headway in the implementation of the study, but we are in the process of implementing the recommendations.
You say you are in the process of implementing the recommendation. Is there a timeline to that effect? Because when I want you to comment on this, I've gone through the revised as you're saying that you've done that, you've incorporated that, but with me here, I did a thorough comparison between the revised Mzansi Golden Economy guidelines criteria for 2025-2026 and the one that was issued 2023 prior to the report being commissioned and submitted to yourself. And I don't note a lot of difference between the two. Can you then maybe share with us what is it that, because also I'm trying to raise it in line with what, because the report has been very specific with regard to training and capacity development. It has been very specific on the funding framework. It has been very specific on this other issue of targeted groups for funding. And yeah, then I should think those are the quick ways that you could have then put in these revised guidelines. I just want to get your view on that one. as well as to understand, is there a timeline? Because you had an opportunity, a report has been presented to you, you can have then consider all the recommendations as you when you revise the Mzansi golden economy. Why are we still lacking in other areas?
Honorable Member, as you say, the report makes reference, for instance, to capacity building and enhancement. And the report, if you look at it, is very much aligned to the master plan, Honorable Member. The master plan, if you look at it, identifies 9 key focus areas. And if you look at how we structured our APP, it is exactly as reflected in those key focus areas in the master plan and as per the report, as per the outline and how we actually got the recommendations from the MGE review. So the outcomes of the report, Chairperson, through you, as I say, are being implemented. Unfortunately, I cannot say it will happen this financial year or next financial year because it's a process. As we say, it's a 10-year strategy that exists, and it was time that it be reviewed. And we are in the process of implementing. Hence, if you look at the guidelines, as I said, Chair, the past MGE funding has been funding public arts, cultural events, and touring ventures. And if you look at how we've structured the funding this time around, look at the guidelines. It outlines the CCIP program and is structured as according to the MGE review report. Part of it we haven't implemented, we do agree, Chair. Hence, I'm saying we are in the process of implementation. Value for money, indeed, there was value for money. That was a very thoroughly done report, and we are using it, Chair.
In terms of the response of the applications, there is 1,735 applications that didn't comply with the MG guidelines. Is what you are, and then you are saying that we have progressed in implementing this SACO report. The report was very specific to say you must direct capacity building efforts towards potential beneficiaries from targeted provinces and categories from types who are currently unable to access the MGE funding due to non-compliance or not being to meet the criteria. So with this number, the number of applicants that you see there, so can you say that you have been implementing this? I just want to get your comment on that one. Because honestly, if this recommendation was attended to, you couldn't have this huge number of people who don't comply with the guidelines. I just want to hear your comment on that one.
I agree, Honorable Member, and I think as we had indicated when we were responding to another question from another Honorable Member, the importance of capacity building cannot be overemphasized. But as we said, the issue of capacity building and skills development is not only executed through the open call. MGE has got, if you look at our APP, there are capacity building projects there that specifically target the issue of skills development, as according to the MGE review report and also as according to the master plan. The numbers are low, you are correct, Honorable Member. If we look at the total average, just average it around what each of the recipients of the MGE funding might have received. It ranges between about 102 million to about 1.8 million, which is not sufficient for them to be able to implement projects that translate to growth and sustainability of the industry. There we agree. However, if you were to take the number of applications, which is 2,800, and you divide by the amount of budget that we have, you would look at the funding for each and every applicant of about 50,000+, which obviously would not translate to interventions that are about growth and sustainability of the industry. So The member is correct, it's a low number. However, we had to actually allocate a budget that would enable people to make a difference or recipients to make a difference.
I believe you understand the country South Africa and its diversity, in particular, most the rural provinces. I hope you are aware of that situation wherein people don't even have access to internet, wherein people travel long distances to go to centers where there are government services. I hope you are aware of that, DG.
Yes, Chairperson, Honorable Member, I am aware.
And then the question is, with regard to the venues for manual submission, why did it have to be at the provincial head office, whereas you have got district offices throughout the provinces? Were you thinking about those most vulnerable unemployed applicants when you took that decision? I know the Department of Arts and Culture has got regional offices, district offices throughout the provinces. What occasioned this thing to say all this application must be dropped in head offices of provinces?
At the time when the decision was taken, Honorable Member, it was informed by a need to make sure that at the drop-off points, there is adequate control of the receiving of the applications. Upon realization of the challenge in terms of access of those particular drop-off points and some of the representation that we got from the industry, that is why we then included the emailing option.
And then for those who don't have access to email, what provision did you make for them?
We will continue, Honorable Member, to look at other options. But in terms of this application, it was the manual and the email. That is what we could provide at that point in time.
But I've raised the issue of district offices that are centers for service delivery. Why didn't you make provision? Because there are employees who are there who can be given the responsibility. Why was it not done if you are serious of reaching out? Because you look at the number of the figure of the applicants, it's worrying. Some of the provinces, and those provinces where there's nothing is because they are the most rural provinces. And this has been happening for years. Why didn't you see to it that there's access by everybody, also in line with implementing of the SACO recommendations?
We acknowledge the error, Honorable Member. We should have included districts and regions as well and worked with the provinces to make sure that there is control at the receiving points.
To the targeted calls, in line with the recommendation of the report, of the review. Yeah. Can you share with us, what is it that you can say, this is what we've done in line of implementing that? I heard the other presenter there talking about this issue seriously, despite the report. Can you share with us what is the targeted course, the opportunities that you have provided for all those marginalized communities to access funding and support them to develop their work? What is it that you have done? And also in line with that, I want you to brag because you are saying you have implemented this. Can you share with me the criteria that you have done that is clearly to target those ones that are disadvantaged in line with the recommendation? And then in line with that, you also share out of those that you are allocated, because these are the people that you have awarded. You know who are these targeted calls from them. You can be able to extrapolate that for us.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Can I ask that the Chief Director assist us with the specifics that you're asking for? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As it was mentioned before, this is work in progress and we will report on this in future meetings. Thank you.
The Honorable Mutambi.
The specifics, then I hope they're gonna be sorry. Can you hear me? I thought I had unmuted myself. I was speaking to myself. Sorry about that. So I will insist, Chairperson, that we be given that. Isn't that we are told the recommendation has been implemented? Those specifics should come to us on that one, Chair. Then I want to go further, Chair, and ask in relation to a slide that deals with reasons for declining for application. It's recorded in the slides that the other reason was that the applicants could have then submitted multidisciplinary projects. Can it be explained? What is the meaning of that, Chair? Maybe I'll be able to make it follow that effect.
Can I respond to that, Chair?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, you
there
may
were
respond to that.
applications divided into different sectors. For instance, poetry, dance, music, theater, and fashion, for instance, and storytelling. Now, you would find that there were applicants who said they would do all that. I think it was out of desperation and maybe without reading the guidelines. So once an applicant did that, automatically they were disqualified. Thank you, Chair.
That's fair enough. That is explained. I'm happy with that. Then let's go to the slide of the overall performance. That's deal with the status as at August. I hope you are mindful of the intervention, the economic intervention this program is supposed to make to the recipients. Then I'm seeing here, out of the total approved 152, you have 39 still with legal services. In so doing, you are disadvantaging the applicants. What is your turnaround in dealing with matters of this nature? Is there consideration for these applicants that they are the most vulnerable that needs to access this funding to create employment, also sustain their livelihoods? Can you share with me on the status? Because this thing is still awaiting with legal service. What is it that, and for how long have they been with legal service?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. The turnaround time for the contract to be vetted at legal service is between 2 and maximum of 3 weeks.
Can you share with us with regard to the total number withdrawn with queries, deregistered, no reply, 7? What are the rationale behind the withdrawal, whatever, after they've been approved? And then what next? What happened next once that is done? Also, the other issue that I want to, on the same, and the same thing, the colleague raised the issue of total number still awaiting compliance documents. But at the same time, there were those that were disqualified. Then at what point, because that question was not adequately responded to when one of my colleagues raised it, I just see a contradiction here. Others were rejected, declined because they didn't provide? And then why are these ones then in this number that then they are awaiting those documents? Maybe if you can clarify that, one would be comfortable to understand this. I see it as a contradiction of the other slide that we dealt with.
The applications or the funded projects that have been withdrawn, it's different reasons. We had an application withdrawn, so maybe I must say that this is before the money is given, when that assurance is done, before the payments are done. We have one that was withdrawn voluntarily by the applicant. The others, one was withdrawn because a person is a public servant or one of the directors. Another one, it would be an issue of a non-South African citizen for a director, and also where it is found that there's been a double dipping in terms of funding, those then will be withdrawn.
Back to your responding now. I made to understand that when you vet first, when people don't meet the criteria, this is when you deal with this issue. How did it happen that it comes after post the adjudication process? Because you're on record saying that you vet, the time you submit to the adjudication committee, you'll have done all the due diligence. How does it happen now? These things happen later, post the adjudication panel, because by the time you hand over to the adjudication panel, you are on your own record say you will have vetted everybody, you only hand over to the panel people who meet the criteria. So I want to understand, how did it happen?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Initially, we clarified that the first step, the team looks at the application in terms of compliance on documentation and whether they've adhered to the things that they have to submit. I think it's 5 of them that they look at. Then those applications, if they are compliant to those specified documents to be submitted, it then is taken to the panel to adjudicate on the content. After the panel has adjudicated, they bring the recommendations, where then a further now process of due diligence is done in terms of whether the company or NPO is properly registered and the directors, and that is when that process then happens. When it is found that in this case there is a director who is non-South African, then communication then goes back to the beneficiary to say the funding is withdrawn.
Honorable Mutambi.
Yes.
You can go for one more question. I have to wrap up. Okay, the last one, Chair. I'm taking it back to the DG. She's on record saying that the minister had picked the panel members. She said that. And then I want to take to her in line with their responsibilities and accounting officer to advise the minister, because she's aware of the public regulation, public service regulation that deals with the issue of advisory panel. Why did she advise the minister and the minister opted to ignore her? Because she also have a responsibility to advise the minister on legal matters that related to financial management. So I just want to hear a view on that, because she's the one, when answering to the question is either Honorable Mulosane or Honorable Khabu, she said that the minister had picked the panel members. And she must call us in line, what does the public service regulation says in relation to the minister appointing advisory panels or panels?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think I would also repeat what I said. In terms of the processing of the MGE, there is a departmental transfer and funding policy, and it prescribes in terms of the appointment of the adjudication panel. And if you look at that particular policy, it talks about the appointment of people that have got experience in the space that you are actually looking at. And the minister has got the discretion in terms of the appointment of that particular panel, which he used. And we did advise the minister in terms of the kind of competence you then looked at, which I believe it's what he considered in terms of those people that he then picked. And the handpicking cannot be isolated to this particular minister. It's the way it has actually been done in terms of the adjudication panel, even in the past, in the previous rounds. So that is what was the process followed by the minister. And yes, we did actually also advise the minister, and he took that into consideration.
Thank you, Honorable Tambi. Honorable.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you. I thought I had all the time. I've learned the hard way.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to rely on your magnanimous nature in the fact that I did not use all my time and ask for a clarity-seeking question, if you don't mind.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Chair, I'm just going to go back to the board again, and I'm going to do what my colleagues have done and remind the panel, with regards to being honest with questions from members of parliament. I did ask earlier whether or not they had in the past, or if they currently held any political party positions. And from that line of questioning, we established that the chairperson, Mr. Steve Matale, was the spokesperson for the Patriotic Alliance. And if I'm not mistaken, he is also a member of their National Executive Committee, which was not announced. Mr. Simon Malloy then also confirmed that he is an activist for the ANC, although he doesn't hold any formal positions there. I would like to ask Mr. Vernon Vrachom, I think is the correct pronunciation. He stated that he is an activist. What he did not state is that he is also a former Patriotic Alliance councillor in Saldanha Bay. I would like confirmation as to whether or not that is accurate.
Mr. Vrachom. Mr. Vrachom, please unmute.
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I was struggling. Yeah, I was a councillor for the Patriotic Alliance, yes. Honourable member, that is...
Thank you. If I understand correctly, and in his absentia is Mr. Francisco Tiada, is also not a social activist, a political activist, who is also an active member of the Patriotic Alliance. The list that we have, Chair, is probably the most condensed, simplified list of adjudicators' profiles that I've seen. I mean, if you go onto the NFVF, for example, it gives a long list of qualifications of the board members. I mean, here we've got the fact that, we've got a seasoned communicator, a specialized business manager. It's not indicative of what their actual portfolio or positions are, where they come from. I think the only one that I could actually find or verify was Mr. David Cow, who actually is a renowned comedian. The rest are kind of given in some sort of, sort of hidden underneath different words, but essentially what they are people who hold political positions. And for me, that is a serious potential conflict of interest. It should have been declared.
Proceed, Honourable Potgieter. I haven't recognized anyone else.
Thank you so much. It should have been declared, and not for the fact that it was a conflict of interest, that it had a perception of a potential for conflict of interest. The second issue is that there was apparently no criteria for which the minister was given to appoint this panel. I did ask right at the beginning of the session, and now it's been advised that the department did advise the minister of criteria to select adjudicators. So either there was no criteria or there was criteria, but it doesn't appear to be clear. Now, the points I'm getting to is that the recommendations to broaden the scope and access and to reopen this entire process into the MGE was made on the basis of recommendations from the adjudication panel, who in my opinion are politically compromised. The fact that they did not declare it beforehand, the fact that there was no vetting done on it, the fact that they have tried to hide it through the questioning in the beginning of the session is all suspicious. The fact that they are members of political parties is neither here nor there. We all vote. We all vote for some party or another. But the fact that there was an intentional, or an intention to try and hide it with, profiles that don't give you the full details, and omissions when the question was asked directly are for me problematic. And I think the minister needs to account and to advise on what exactly the criteria was, because either there was none or there was some, and to the reasons behind the fact that people with current active political careers are sitting adjudicating on public funds that are being given to members within this particular sector. Because for me, there is a conflict of interest. There's no doubt about it. Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Fragom, you would like to say something?
Chair, with your permission, thank you very much.
Please do.
Maybe I must ask the honourable member to Google the name Vernon Fragom. She will then see. I've been an artist for 35 years. So feel free. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Fragom, are you residing in Lerabai?
Chair, I'm residing in Vredenburg.
Please proceed, Honourable Potgieter.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not questioning the adjudicator's credentials at all. What I'm questioning is the fact that at the beginning of the session, I asked whether or not they had held or did hold any political party positions. And my issue is not with whether or not that was the case. My issue is the fact that it was omitted from the response. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We are running out of time. And I've made a few notes of what members have said. I'm going to give a 5-minute slot to the petitioners, and then I'm going to give a slot to DSEC. Then I'm going to close with some proposals on the way forward, but it's clear of what is coming out from this meeting that we need another engagement. Definitely need another engagement also with the appetite that Mr. Molefe has, although we did not receive clarity on his presence on this particular meeting as we were submitted with names without his name. So I think we have to close, Honourable. We have to close. My apologies.
Okay, thanks, Chair. This is regarding the panel. I just wanted to find out, when did they take office? And the previous panel that was there, why was it removed? That's the one important that I want to know. Because of it seems like something is dodgy here. When did this panel take office? And why was the previous one removed?
Yeah, may I ask that that question be submitted to us in writing? There are visitors that is also have to run for a flight. Like I've said, Honourable Members, we have to meet again at some time, at some point, to interrogate this further. And there was a need for this engagement. There was a need for this engagement. May I ask the visitors to 5 minutes?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. of the Portfolio Committee, and thank you for honoring our request for this meeting. It has been an ongoing battle for us to be heard. And the beautiful thing about this meeting today is that we didn't need to lift a finger. The Portfolio Committee, thank you so much, each and every member, for asking pertinent questions that we've been trying to submit to the department and they wouldn't listen to us. But today, you managed to do it for us and we appreciate it. But in the what I want to say today is it is very clear that from everything that has been said, there's a systemic problem that needs addressing. And there is no way you can address it by simply nitpicking MGE here, nitpicking PESPA there, nitpicking whatever it is. And what is required is a plan for a turnaround. You inherited a department from the previous system, and that department did not have enough room for everybody. So you had to make room. So instead of making room, you removed things that worked, literally throwing the baby with the bathwater out. So right now, Dr. Cynthia Kumalo, I'm going to address you directly, DG. You have now been appointed. So right now, you have a choice. It's either you take a different way of thinking. There needs to be a paradigm shift. You decide that you work with us or you don't work with us. If you work with us, we will assist you. That's one thing we've been saying for as long as I can remember. We are here to help you help us, because at the end of the day, the department is supposed to be a caretaker for the practitioners. Now, the department cannot see us as the enemy. And every time you lock that department and disallow us to speak to you, you lock yourself into a further corner that does not allow for growth, for change. So, Mina, I'm gonna throw it to you and say, Sissy, this is now time to say, let's bury the hatchet and let's talk sincerely. Do you want to see a Black child grow, change, and become something better? It's on you as a Black mother. Yeah. So it's time to think differently. It's time to operate differently. And the beautiful thing about it is that it becomes a template for everything else that happens in that department. You need to put systems in place that actually work in your favor so that you can work in our favor. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My last parting words just to also thank the Portfolio Committee. We really appreciate your work. Just to let you know, Chair, that thousands of artists are watching this broadcast. We'll keep sharing it, and they've been commenting a lot. For the research team, please check the online system so that it's not just us who are speaking here. So, Chair, I think for me, my problem with the department, from the Minister, Deputy Minister, and the DG, they're always lying to Parliament. So I think, Chair, Honorable Mtata raised an issue about the issue of funding that has not been released. We always watch Parliament. They came here and said they've released funding. So I am telling you, Chair, the funding at the National Arts Council has not been released. It's only one call. The PESP, which is very important, because I remember this because Honorable Mtambi, Member Mtambi said that the issue of funding for artists is an economic issue, because artists cannot work without this funding. So the PESP of the NAC is being withheld. It has never been released. The call is not out. DG, when we're saying the funding is not out, we mean the call is not out. The PESP of the NAVF, the call is not out. It means artists cannot work. Thank you very much.
Just to add more.
No, you are taking my meeting over now. No, it doesn't work like that. I have given an additional person opportunity to speak. Honorable members, the notes that I've made, we need engagement. Before I'm going to wrap up, but yeah.
Me. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
1 minute, please. 1 minute.
Honorable Chair, thank you so much, and your committee. I think we really appreciate and applaud you for for not entertaining, that attempt by the minister to stop us from attending this meeting. It is a fruitful meeting, and I think, you got the facts. We're really thankful to the committee. You are doing a great work. For me, if I have to give an analogy or make an analogy, I would say you are like God, the department is like Satan, and we are like the people. So then now, we need to make the Satan to repent so that he joins the people and God. You see, so that we move together and we are very much thankful. Whatever method, whatever thing that needed to be done, let it be done. Because as far as I know, our minister is an arrogant one who will say, I will listen to the president. So I don't know what can you do. If there's a report that can be presented to the president about all what is revealed from here,
please wrap
is
up,
too
sir.
much. Thank you so much. Let's carry on the good work.
Thank you. Let me just say, before I'm going to close, I'm going to give the DM and then I will give direction on the way forward. DM.
Yeah, if the department is classified as Satan, so it means definitely between me and the DG, I don't know who is Lucifer. I'm not saying Mackenzie is Satan, so I don't know who is Lucifer. So maybe off record he will explain to us. Yeah, we've heard you. We've listened, and we want to also apologize that our internal matters should be brought to this level. And we have an open door policy. And the fact that your memorandum was not responded to, maybe on time. In fact, you were not even supposed to have written a memorandum. Today is about also finding solutions, and I'm sure Treasury as well, they had an opportunity, they are listening, because the budget that is allocated for MGE is not enough. It's a fact. We've tried to cap it at the minimum amount, to try and accommodate as many applications as possible, but it's not enough. If you get an applications of 2,000 and you don't even reach 500 in terms of approval, it's not even what we have approved. It's nothing, 100, and it will not make any difference. So I'm saying that it is a matter that needs collaboration. We need local government. We need other departments as well to be involved. But most importantly, we want to make an appeal, Chairperson, through you, to Treasury that they should desist from cutting our budgets, because we also try to strike a balance, but also being fair to the creative sector. Unlike sports, we have never, as a department for many years, given attention and the necessary support that you require. So I remain very optimistic, Member Mthethwa. I'm not despondent. I was just listening and applying my mind, to say that we need to engage more, and we cannot run away from your problems, unfortunately. We can run, but we can't hide, because you will catch us in Parliament. So we've spent more than 6 hours today, trying to get into challenges that are there within the sector, and not only about MGE. A number of issues cropped out, and we've made notes, Chair, and we promise that the next time we come and do a presentation on MGE, it will be a positive presentation. And maybe also we should not only rely on MGE in changing and bettering the lives of artists and the creatives. We need to also look into other models that can assist to improve the lives of the artist. Yes, we cannot be classified as a department or as leaders that want to perpetuate systematic exclusion, because once there's unequal access, then it means people will forever remain poor. And the creative sector has a great potential of creating jobs for young people, because we also want to encourage young people to make sports, arts and culture a first choice of career. So having said that, Chair, I'm saying that the route really, so route really, and then we're going back to the drawing board. We'll definitely correct where we have erred, and we remain committed to championing issues of women and especially of the disabled. So, Chair, I want to pause there, and maybe we need to agree on the second date for the meeting, so that we can come back better organized and we can give a positive response. Thank you very much.
Thanks, TM. The portfolio secretary and content advisor and everyone else has detected a number of issues that has been discussed. We will send it to the department. I just want to mention it very quick. Some of them is that we need a project as requested. It was successful under MGE, a list of companies that was funded twice. Cluster meeting minutes, recordings, postberaad minutes, etc. And then also we need a letter of appointment of the panel. That is very important for us. Also the terms of reference of the panel and what basis they are being paid, and also the necessary information pertaining to the affiliation of some of the panel members as requested by Honorable Potgieter that is not present. Would like to know also a written submission from those members from the panel in respect of their political affiliation, and also if they have been funded for more than one continuous cycle. And that is, I think, those that has received funding. And then a recommendation that DSEC to review the process of appointment of the adjudication panel. And there was an issue mentioned, Dr. Kumalo, about the forensic report that you welcome. I think that must come from the department. What I like what happened yesterday when the minister said, I need a report, NFVF, why, and all those reasons. So we've heard stuff here, and there was a strong input from Honorable Mtetwa pertaining to a forensic report that you have said we welcome. Then also the outstanding forensic reports by Honorable Molatani. We have received the list, that I must say, we have received that list with who was funded, etc. And then this to address the capacity challenges and potential problems, also solutions to enhance on some of these programs. I've made a note of the database, but I can't recall. But I think with that said, Honorable Potgieter.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, just to clarify, it's not political affiliation. I don't want to infringe on people's rights. It's whether they hold actual or have held political party positions.
Okay. Yeah. Whether they hold or have held political party positions. Honorable members, like I've said, we will, management and members, we will have another discussion, and we will also see and assess whether there is an actual need for us to meet again to, for once and for all, to solve these problems. What I think the blessing in disguise for us as a country is that now DSEC understand the role of this portfolio committee. We are there for oversight. And if, we hear something out there in the public, we have to come to Parliament, represent them, talk on their behalf, irrespective of which political party they belongs to. But for us, like the former President Nelson Mandela has said, that is sport that brought us together. This department has a lot to brag about in terms of social cohesion and bringing people together. So for us to do this, we are not going to keep quiet as members of parliament to summons anyone to parliament to come and report on how monies of this department are being spent. With that said, honorable members, thank you for your input. Thank you for those who have come, attend and have deliberations. Thank you to the department. God bless and have a wonderful weekend. I declare this meeting as closed.